folks. It is May the 12th, 2023. It is Game 5 in the Leafs Panthers game. And as Orlando Collectors Dream, good evening, Orlando. The Panthers are, in fact, up 2-0 after one period of play. Bob Jackson chimes in, says, who knew Pietrangelo was a lumberjack of the offseason and the Perros had a second job in the circus? Timeless Cardboard, good evening. Looking forward to another fabulous show. Thank you, sir. Baz, good evening. Baz also asks, Leafs back to golf tomorrow? Question mark. A valid question. The question is, do they have a tee time prepared? Because the weather has gotten a lot better, so if you want to golf, it is definitely a lot more golfy weather right now. So what brand of golf clubs do you prefer, Eric? What do you favor? What do you like? I'm a TaylorMade guy myself, although I do still have my old Cleveland wedges.
I prefer hockey sticks.
So a little bit of a Happy Gilmore thing, because he had that for a putter. Mod called, absolutely. Good evening. Good evening, Philly Joe. Does Eric's head hurt because of the Bruins status? The six likes, spending too much money on Booby or Gold Auto, or faking the Leafs fandom. A lot of challenges. Let's get those likes up, though. I think he needs a couple more likes. That makes him feel better. He likes that. He appreciates it. Good evening, James. And Titleist is always the play. TaylorMade's are for suckers. Look at you. Look at you, Paul, with your specifics. But here's a question. Titleist clubs? Titleist the ball? What are you using here? What are we talking about? Titleist does make clubs, so I don't know. I've always found, I think my driver now, I haven't golfed in a while, but I still have the clubs, and they were good clubs. I just haven't had the chance to play in a long time. My driver's now ping, but the wedges and the irons are all Cleveland. I actually have my old Cleveland clubs. I think they were called the TA5s, and actually very good clubs. I've had them for a very long time though. If you take care of them, usually it's good. I couldn't possibly afford to keep replacing clubs. Some people are like, oh, keep replacing equipment. Listen, I can't afford to play those games. This hobby is expensive enough. I don't need another hobby that costs me a ton of money. But, quick side note, and this fits into the thing, Eric. Do you know where I bought my irons?
Yard sale.
Boston, Massachusetts. So almost a yard sale. Basically. So back in the day, one of the many times that I visited Boston, Massachusetts, we were there, and actually I was in the store. I ended up buying those particular irons that I still use to this very day.
Did you claim them as you came across the border and pay taxes?
Listen, I claim everything.
I hope so.
My brother definitely wasn't very rigid that day, if that's what you're thinking.
Because I will report you.
And I'll report you to Booby Orr. Carlos Model sets of irons. I don't know about that one. That might be just for you, Baz. It's like I'm also like a 5 handicap, and most just like the bigger club heads. I used to love the TA3s, the muscle back, cavity back combos. Look at Paul with the golfing knowledge. All right, I like it. Adding a little versatility to your thing. Oh, Baz. Baz is really uncouth. He's really going for the low rent comments today. Very low. You can do better, Baz. Elevate your game. I'm a fan of the Jets. Please tell Eric to keep the Jets out of I don't think that was too much of a danger up until this point. Wow. I like where you went there. I appreciate that. Now, here's the question, though. Are you talking about the Winnipeg Jets or are you talking about the New York Jets?
I don't neither one of them know how to spell the word playoff, so I don't have to worry about either one of them.
There you go. There you go. Fair enough. So, hopefully, things are going well wherever you guys are. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Let me ask you a question. I sometimes it comes up in the general conversation, but I don't always get a chance. Just out of curiosity, I know a lot of you are the regulars here and are there. Whereabouts are y'all from? And by the way, how's the weather going in your neck of the woods? Has the weather turned? Is it better? How's it going? I know Orlando is over in Florida. I know that. Miami is from Florida, so we know that for sure. Paul, I believe, is in Wisconsin. So so I'm not sure. But for some of you, I'm less sure whereabouts you hail from, as we speak. Fair, James. Fair. Fine night. Eric may need cookies. Yes. See, I had a Boston cream donut earlier. So you see, lots of themes. Miami for Orlando. Perfect. Philadelphia, 85 today. That's not bad. That seems decent. Sounds good. South Central, Wisconsin. Fair. KW, Kitchener-Waterloo, Ontario. Love it. You know what's near Kitchener-Waterloo, Eric? You know what's in that vicinity, in that general area?
No, not a real place.
And yet, it continues on. Listen, we'll get the Griffin. We'll get the Griffin to deal with you at some point. The Griffin will deal with you. Do not even think. Like, I can make a couple of calls. We'll deal with you. We'll deal with you in all due time, sir.
There's no place on earth that has a ridiculous name like that. I'm sorry.
If you say so. Peterborough, Ontario, but last 19 years Jupiter, Florida. Fair enough, Baz. Minnesota, beautiful here. Good stuff. Good to hear. I'm glad. I like it. Guelph. That's right, James. Thank you, sir. All right, Hockey 99. I figured somebody would ask about this one. I thought about making a video, but I honestly I was very, very busy today, so I didn't get around to it. So we'll touch on this one here. Okay, so let's talk about this one. So this is pertaining to the Mind Something cards. The name escapes me, but he's a gentleman who was on YouTube and created the spreadsheet that kept track of all the Jeff Wilson investments, so to speak. Basically compiled them and then compile what the current market value was, some guesstimates on current market value. And he came to conclusions about basically trying to figure out how much he was up or down. And concluded that he was down like $1 million plus based on the stuff that was there. You know, pretty big times. But of course, it makes assumptions because all you're doing is taking whatever information is given based on the videos. You said you bought this at this time. You said you sold this time. So we put those pieces together, and this is how we arrive at these figures. That's basically what happened. So he compiled this, and that was posted in the Blowouts forum. But what happened is obviously Jeff Wilson kind of responded back to it, and at some point the posts related to it got taken down, and the poster who created the spreadsheet has been temporarily banned in Blowout forums. So the question, that some videos came up with it is like, is this censorship? So let's make this really easy. Yes, it's censorship, 100%. It very much is censorship. However, Blowout is entitled to do it.
Well, any platform, as we've learned over the last few years, has the right to conduct business as they wish as a private entity.
Well, that last piece is the key. So I want to make sure I'm clear on two things. I wanted to give the quick overview. Yeah. I wanted to say, is it censorship? Absolutely, 100%. Do I have an issue with it? I don't. Why not? Because it is a private platform and they can literally make up the rules, change the rules, ban anybody for any reason they want, delete every single post if they wish. That is part and parcel of agreeing to be on the forum. Mm-hmm. When you go on the forum, you've effectively agreed to go by the rules of the kingdom, and the mod who, from what I recall, is actually quite militant, from the past even, can go around and just like block and permaban anybody they want. Unfortunately, that's part and parcel of the game. So the question then becomes,
if they're very strict, where some are and some aren't, if that platform is very strict on it being a safe place and that no one's being mean to anyone else or trying to put someone in a corner, they would look at that and say, you are coming after Jeff and trying to make him look bad, and we're not going to let you use our platform to do that.
Right.
And
I think one of the issues that people have with it is that while the mod is very militant, they're very picky and choosy when they choose to apply the hand. So it's the selective process of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, and we're never a political show here, and we don't get into that. But I mean, that's what Twitter has been doing for years, and we already know which way they lean, and what they've done, and the proof is there, and they can do it because they're a private entity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, but I wanted to make sure that I covered a very important point here, the two pieces. Number one, is it censorship? Yes. Number two, do I have an issue with it? I actually don't, partially because it is a private platform. They can do whatever they want. It doesn't make it right. It's not fair, but they do have the right to do it. And then the people that are part of the forum can then choose how they want to respond to that. Now, I will say one point that was made about it is like, well, then do we still need forums? The truth is we don't need forums, but I will say that I do think there is still a lot of value to them because even if the mods are being militant to it, there is still good information that's retained there. And Blowout has this weird spot, has this bizarre place, where what's it called? Has this bizarre place where it retains certain pieces of information that are very useful, but then obviously it'll take down other things. So it's a love-hate relationship with the forums. I still think there is some use to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think unless you are promoting true hate, not a strong disagreement that you may not like, but true hate, you should never be taken off any type of forum or website or anything,
Mm-hmm.
um, because that is censorship, and that's not what we're about in free countries. So yeah, I'm totally against censorship. I think it's ridiculous. I think we've seen too much of it in the last handful of years. Um, Unless you're preaching real hate, this group of people should be wiped off the face of the earth type of hate.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, you should be allowed to write whatever you want.
Yeah, basically. I agree. I agree. I'll quickly touch on a couple of these. So the updated sports card investing strategy, there wasn't much of an investing strategy. It was basically like buy goats and low numbered cards. We can come back around to it, but there wasn't much of a strategy.
Well,
So
let me answer that question real quick, if you
go
don't
ahead.
mind.
Go ahead.
And I am being 100% truthful. No joke, no nothing. I have never, ever, ever purchased something for my collection with any type of thinking about investment. I collect what I like. I collect what makes me happy, whether it's a 25-cent card, whether it's a $25 card, whether it's a $250 card, or other type of memorabilia item. I never think about investing. Never once since 1988 have I ever said, I'm going to pick this up because that would be a good investment. I've
Mm-hmm.
never thought of this hobby in that term.
Yeah.
I'm not criticizing those who do. The question was specifically asking me about my investing strategies. I'm answering for myself only.
Yeah. So Jeff, good evening. The Guelph Maple Leafs were a minor league hockey team based in Guelph, Ontario, playing the Canadian Professional Hockey League from 1929 to 1930.
No such thing.
That's a Baz random fact of the day.
No such thing.
James. Censorship happens in hi-fi audio forums almost militantly. Nothing new to me. Oh, fair. I can imagine that. I don't comment and post in forums or Instagram. That's fair. I'll be honest, commenting on Instagram is weird. Part of the reason, like I said, even though people don't like forums as much, one thing that forums did have for them is that if you wanted to look up certain information, you could actually, if the search engine on a lot of them are actually decent, you can actually find posts on stuff. If you want to find a comment on Instagram, you pull up a post and you start scrolling through. Sometimes Instagram is wonky. I've tried it on mobile and on the web interface. It's weird trying to find information. It's always bizarre. It's the last show in media. There's very little censorship in relative terms. There's always some, but in relative terms, we try not to. They can censor all they want, but this still sucks. Yeah, I agree with that. So I wanted to get to this piece here. Carlos Blacaziggy, since when? And then Hockey 99 is correct. It's like he was active here last week. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you see their posts, they're not blocked. I have blocked people in the past, but you don't see their posts. That's how you can tell. But if you see a post there, it's there. The thing with me is that I'm not a big fan of the way Ziggy does his business, and I've got a lot of reasons for that. But as long as he behaves himself, I have never seen a reason to block him. He used to actually go like, "Please don't block me." Well, I haven't. But again, as long as he behaves himself, I don't care. He can post, he can message. That doesn't mean I have to feature his comments. But if you can see his comments, he is not blocked. It's a really easy way to tell.
I was going to say we have never had a discussion about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing, I repeat, as long as he's not creating any issues in the chat room there, his information is there. You can see it.
I know we've given some people some warnings who have crossed that line with language or kind of having a too sharp of an edge, or have gone to started talking politics, and we've kind of said, go find someplace else to do that. And usually people do just fine with that.
Yeah. In the old days, if you go back in time to like the early live streams, I used to poke and prod of quite a number of people, but at those days, I blocked a number of those people back then because eventually I would goat them into reacting on something, mostly for my amusement. But no, I think in a very long time, it's been a long time since I've actually had to block anybody. Because the only time now is if somebody is really creating a disruption, which really hasn't happened in quite a long time. No. Or a bot. A bot is like, you get rid of a bot. Or somebody's just trying to spam the same thing over and over again, which is almost like bot behavior, very similar to bots. But yeah, bots get blocked, absolutely. So those ones like immediately go away. And then if somebody's trying to spam the same thing over and over again, it has nothing to do with what's going on. It's like, but otherwise, nah, have at it.
I've asked you to block several people, and you've refused. So,
well, you're trying to be draconian. You're trying to censor people, is what you're doing, Eric. It's very different.
Yes.
Is Eric censoring the Bruins until the Leafs lose? I can't say I agree with Booby here. True. Just a strategy as most true collectors have been doing their entire collecting career. But even then, it was a little oversimplified. It wasn't quite, it's not quite there. Only took him 5 years to figure it out. Psh, more than that. Reserved Investment says, paraphrasing, the cards aren't real. It is the nostalgia. Yeah, the cards, oh, I don't know if cards aren't real. I do listen to Reserve Investments. Nostalgia is the biggest pull. If you don't have nostalgia, they're just pieces of cardboard. Like, literally just pieces of cardboard pictures. There has to be some nostalgic. Now, unless you're treating it as a pure commodity. If you're treating it as like, I buy the thing, sell the thing, then yeah, then not even nostalgia is required. Then it's just like, yeah, just you need a platform to be able to buy something and sell something. And that's perfectly reasonable. That's fine. If that's how you want to engage in it, that's fine. But if you're a collector, usually there's some kind of either nostalgia or like a fandom or some there's something that provides interest in it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you put together the project or whatever. There's got to be something that's pulling you to it. Otherwise, in theory, there's a whole universe of stuff you could be collecting. What draws you to certain specific things instead of just, okay, it's a piece of cardboard, add it to the pile? That's hoarding. That's not even collecting. That's hoarding.
Yeah. I'll give you 3 examples to prove, that I agree with you.
Yeah.
The hat that I'm wearing, I got with Yannick at the Maple Leafs game in November on Boris Salming night, and Brad, gave us the tickets. Well, every time I wear this hat, every time I see this hat, it brings all that back, and what a great day that was, and how nice Brad was to do that, and how much fun Yannick and I had. Mm-hmm. So there's the nostalgia. So why do I have a Maple Leafs hat? Because of that, and that's why I wear it, and I purchased it. Why do I have a Bobby Bond card? I spent a half an hour, thanks to Bobby, spent a half an hour talking to him, spending some time with him. The guy was telling stories like I can't even imagine. He was telling me how he golfed with President Eisenhower. How many people on this earth can say they golf with President Eisenhower? So, why do I collect Bobby Bond stuff? Because, our Bobby gave me the opportunity to spend a half an hour with him. And every time I collect something new, I think of that. Last one, I got to spend an entire day. Well, not an entire day. I'll take that back. I'll say 4 hours. So half a work day. 4 hours with Johnny Bauer a few years ago when he was in town doing an autograph signing. I got to kind of help out and be his wingman for the 4 hours he did the signing. And
you helped him bury the body after he told you to kill. Go on.
Well, there was that.
Yeah.
Derek Sanderson,
it was a bonding experience for you too.
Yeah, Derek Sanderson was there too, so I got to spend the same amount of time with him, and he kept me from causing any trouble. So thankfully, Derek kept me calm, and even though Johnny kept whispering in my ear, but I had Derek on the other side of me, so it was good. So yeah, that just proves your point. So there's 3 things that are just right here that I can make connections to, and that's why I collect them and have them.
Yeah. But that's what I think. A lot of times people try to make this more complicated. It's not that complicated. Orlando's touching on a point here. Most collectors will tell you they started collecting cards in the childhood. Yeah, and they can associate it to some element of collecting in childhood, which is fine. Yeah, that's reasonable. But there is your nostalgia. It doesn't have to be the individual. It can be what they represent of a certain time period when you were a fan or whatever the case may be. A lot of times I get the question about the Medano thing. It's like, well, in that time period, I started watching a little hockey more, and I enjoyed following what they were doing. And that team was on the rise, so I got to watch a lot more of their game, which is good. But what it came down to is that I started collecting them, and I just kept going. And as time went on, the rest of his career went, and I got to watch those moments and all the little milestones along the way. Win the Stanley Cup, get to the second final, but stay a contender, consistently good seasons, doing all that stuff, arguing with my buddies about which team was better, all that. So we can put all those pieces together. Well, Medano's long retired. It's done. Why do you still collect them? It's like, well, because it's still fun for me. It's like I have that, but then it's also still a project that I can have some fun with it. So why wouldn't I do that? So I don't have to. Like I could have stopped years ago, but like when he retired, there's no reason for me to continue collecting because he's done. There's nothing more he can do career-wise. But I still like doing it. I bought a couple of cards the other day. I'm going to showcase some in a little bit here. If I see one that I think is cool, I'll buy it. So that's the reason why I do it.
I just want to ask a quick question.
About
Yannick,
Bobbles golfing with Eisenhower?
no. Yannick, did you hear me say nice things about you? I just
Good
wanted
evening, Yannick.
to know.
Don't worry, Yannick. We got it on tape. We can replay it. So real quick, and good evening, and good evening. So Dufex, what's up? Absolutely. What's going on? You underestimate me. I was old when I golfed with Eisenhower, but the real tourney was the program with Moses and Jesus. The man literally played water hazards. Facts. For those hoping for new people to prop up the hobby, reserved investment says you can't create collectors. I agree with that. That statement, yes. And I think I remember what video you were mentioning. That one was mentioned. Yes, you can't manufacture a collector. Now, what you could do, the problem is too many people think they figured out how to do it. So, you can create quote unquote new memories. You can associate a challenge or a project. Somebody who isn't a collector from the past can maybe find something that intrigues them, and then they pursue the project. And as they go down that rabbit hole, they may find other things that interest them, and then that can be something that gives them that attraction. But you got to have a little bit of a collector gene anyway. You got to have, maybe in the past you've collected other things, so there's got to be at least a little bit of that built into your makeup. The likelihood that you're a complete non-collector for an entire lifetime and suddenly you start collecting now, I'm not going to say impossible, but that's a stretch. It's from a very weird place to come from to actually get you there. Do you know what I mean? So I would say that not as likely. You probably need a foundation of collecting somewhere in your makeup for that to make sense for you. So 97 playoff, yes, I did. I can actually share. So right now I'm waiting. I'm gotta ship my cards, but I will be probably getting that in a little bit. So Paul knows that I was looking into this one here. So let me show real quick. So they're not actually the most exciting looking cards, but they're actually surprisingly tough to pull. I think it's what, a 288 pack or something like that. I forget the exact, Paul. But yeah, I was able to get the reflex card, so I've got that one. So I'll look forward to having it. And also I like the fact that since it's playoff, it literally says playoff peelable protective coating. That's a different way of saying like peel the damn thing.
Yeah.
So being team peel, yes, I will. Since they insist, they demanded that I peel the card.
Speaking of Favre cards, what was it about that one today that you didn't like that I sent you?
It wasn't so much not liking. It's that I just have been very picky about. I'm not looking for just the regular memorabilia cards. I'm grabbing a lot. If I grab a memorabilia card, usually it's an autograph right now. So a lot of the ones I've been looking at are autograph ones because there's so many. Like if it's just about. What's that?
You want me to write on it?
Well, that would help.
Okay.
Certainly, it would help the situation. Yeah, case hits, but the entire set has one. You need like 350 cases to pull one. Yes, that's what it was. Thank you, Paul. And Paul gave a little background on it. I was at. He showed it to me, but then I was also okay. Can you give me a little bit of background because I saw it and I was like, okay, seems interesting. What is it? What is it particularly about it? So yeah, I was able to secure that one. So thank you, Paul, for the information. And yep, I was able to get my hands on it. Made an offer, and the seller took it. So that's cool. But that is an example of one. So think about that. So that particular card, even though it doesn't look like the most exciting card in the world, it's about one per case to pull one in a 200 card base set. So mathematically, the odds of pulling that specific card are actually very low. So it's actually a very tough card. So that one, so the example, Eric, to your point, that one is also particularly like, it's actually a very rare card relatively speaking. So I'm looking for, I basically try to build like, for the Favres, I'm trying to look for like really rare ones or really interesting ones. And the problem with Favre is that when he came out, there were so many jersey cards. He was in the era in the 90s where they just started throwing like jersey cards left, right, and center. Pacific had them, Playoff had them, Upper Deck had them. And there's just too many. And after a while, it just became tough. It's like, in theory, I could get thousands of them. Because I think, I could be mistaken, but I think Favre has close to 20,000 cards. Like it's obscene. Like it's crazy.
During the first boom, I mean, everybody has 20,000 cards if they were an athlete during the first boom.
Yeah. And he started up during the 90s. So he was like, and he was a top player. He was winning MVPs in the 90s. So he was like in every set in creation.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. So, and this is the one I was talking about here. So these are the pageantry. So this is a newer one. This is post playing days. As far as I can tell, it looks like it's on card, which I like. And I like that they did the little rainbow foil thing around it. So it's a cool looking card. This one I'll give Billy a thumbs up on this one. This one's a good looking card. I like it.
And I've decided that I'm gonna get at least one Madonna auto. I got to, I'm not going to spend the kind of money you spend and get, a 1 out of 10 but I'm going to try to find one. I want to get I want to get a Dale Horachuk auto, and I want to get a Madonna auto. So, and there was a lot of autos I want to get, obviously. I mean, I think all of us do. I could go down a list real quick of the ones I want, but I just been kind of thinking lately of, I want to add one of his.
There's the funny thing is I feel bad because it used to be they were so much cheaper. It's gotten obscene. Like it used to be so much cheaper, and I don't know what happened. So here's a good one.
I want like the cheapest one.
Obviously, the cheapest one was about 10 years ago. I used to buy those. You used to be able to get them sub $20 on card.
2-1, baby. 2-1.
There you go. 2-1. All right, they're making a game out of it.
Here we are.
All right,
don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years.
The Leafs have not been there for years. They literally haven't been there for years. Hockey says, I saw that EDI Sports pivoted to New York Rangers channel. Yeah, I saw he was doing something. I've watched the video here or there. I'm not keeping too close tabs, but yeah, I think he's trying to find what works for him. So, best of luck. We'll see what works for him down the road. Found a Bruce Smith reflex in a dollar bin. Dealer had no clue. Nice. All right. That's pretty cool. So that's the same parallel, the one I showed you for the Fabra. So finding it in a dollar bin, that's good, man. Hey, that's good for Carve That Tough. That's solid. Now, Paul, I think you'll appreciate this one. The picture, unfortunately, is a bit small. So this made me laugh. So when you get an eBay lot. So I'll show you guys a picture, and then I'll explain what it is. Actually, can I do it this way? This would work a little better if I could do this. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so let me do this. Okay, so this was the image they took and shipped my cards. This is a really crummy image, by the way. They got to do a little bit of that. So you know how like when you do an eBay lot, and they'll include cards sometimes. So what's funny is they included, now again, thematically appropriate, they included a couple of Aaron Rodgers cards in there. Now you do have the option to remove them to drop the price down, but I'm like, they're Rodgers cards, I'll hang on to them. But it does add like extra cost to like the fee that you get charged when you get the card. But Paul, just from visual, can you tell me what the Favre card is? This was a little trivia for Paul. It is Topps Gold label, that's the obvious part, but I think Paul knows his stuff, so he should be able to tell with that one. That's pretty good. So you let me know.
You want me to try to guess?
Go ahead if you want. It's a Topps Gold label.
Topps Gold label, red, refractor out of 25.
Close. So Paul, there are 3 classes. So it's class 3. Sorry, right. Class 1, class 2, and class 3.
Yes.
So out of 25 is the third one. Yeah. The class 3, the out of 25 is the class 3. So this one's the class 2.
Okay, so that's out of 100.
No. Class 1 is out of 100.
I can't. All right, damn it.
So you have to go in the middle. Split the difference. 50. Yeah. So 100, 50, 25. I might have gotten the reverse order, but it's 150 and 25. That's how it works. So this is the 2.
Yep, I love collecting gold labels of Ray Bork.
A beautiful card. I'll be honest, the gold label.
I think they're the nicest cards ever made. That's just my opinion.
The late 90s one in particular were premium because those look like proper premium cards.
Yeah. They did it in 2002. I think they only did it for 3 years, kind of like that. I think. But
they brought it back later. Topps brought it back later, but honestly, it wasn't the same. Like they changed the formatting. It wasn't the same.
98, 99 was just, oh my God, those things were just gorgeous.
Yeah, and that's right in that time period. That is the apex of Topps Gold label. That late 90s run, that initial run. Those are the best.
Yep, I gotta anything within reason. From those 2 years, Topps Gold label from Ray Bork, I grab them, even if I have them already. I just think they're fantastic.
The good part about the way they structured them as well, when they did them in the late 90s, since you got class 1, class 2, class 3, and you got gold label, the base, and then you got the black label, and you got the red label. And then it means if you have them,
gold reserve.
Gold reserve is a different thing.
It's that same year. It's from
that gold reserve is a set in the same year, but gold label, the Topps Gold label set and the parallels of it, there is no gold reserve. There is a 1 of 1 as well, but that's a different thing.
Maybe I'm thinking. Listen, I'm not going to argue. You know more about that than I, but I'm going to have to double check and see what I'm talking about.
There is a gold reserve. That is a thing. In the same time period, there is a thing, but not under Topps Gold label. Gold reserve was under Upper Deck. Upper Deck had gold reserve.
then I'm thinking of the. It's I got to go up and look now.
Yeah, for sure. Now, like I said, what I liked about the original configuration with the 3 classes and then the 3 label colors is that in a Z Folio, you can do the player set in nine cards. So I've got the Medano with all 9 versions, which is awesome. Obviously, the one of ones, I'm not counting those. They're their own thing. If I ever came across one, I'd love to grab one, but obviously the people who are hanging on to them are asking a lot. So I'm not going to run after those. So let me answer a couple of these questions here. Carlos, of all these cards you buy, how many to grade? Very little. Very small percentage. At the last expo, I dropped off a couple to get graded. I had a couple that came in from there as well that I picked up. But out of the collection, for cards that I pick up, 0.5%. Like it's the majority of the stuff will never be graded, just because it doesn't make sense to do so. There are some cards that I would consider doing that with, but the majority of them, there's no reason to. I don't feel like it adds much value. If there's an aesthetic thing that might be interesting, that could be a thing. One thing that I have done is if I pick up something in ComC that I think would look kind of cool, I like their integration with CSG, and I like the CSG holder, so I will put a couple of those. But it's been predominantly a lot of the wrestling cards lately. If I think there's a value addition that can be done with the graded version of it, then I'll think about it. Also, if I think the card is really nice condition and I can get another copy, sometimes I'll get it graded if I think there's a value add, and then get a second copy. Because I've had cases where I bought a card, turned out it was really nice, had it graded, got it back in a PSA 10, bought a second copy cheaper, and then sold the first one for the premium and pocketed the difference. And I still have the card for the collection, so I just got another copy. But if it's a super rare card, I wouldn't bother with that. Those are kind of the scenarios that I play with. Favre cameo and something about Mary's classic. Classic indeed. I know the gold label had a ton of parallels. Facts. 98 or 99, I think. I think this one, I want to say it's 99. I have to double check, but I think it's 99 for this one. They were expensive super premium cards back then. Very much so. And they look good. Like, you could tell they look premium. And they were. Good evening, Paul. But yeah, I'm a big fan of those ones. Those are fun. So when it comes to pickups, stuff like that is good. And I like the fact that it's numbered to 50. That reflex card, like Paul mentioned, is a much tougher card. I like that. That's a good addition as well. And I'm having some fun with some, I'll show some cards, more cards later on, but I picked up a couple more Havre refractors, so that's a good one. And I will show this one because I'm slowly filling out some of the one. I got that Jason Robertson Ultimate Rookies at the Expo. So that was one that I went after. But I like the Ultimate Rookies. So I went after the Ottinger one as well. So I went and picked up that one. I like the on-card auto. I think they're clean cards. I like there's the spot there for the autograph. Aesthetically, I have a preference for these, and I just figured I'd grab the Ottinger as well. They're numbered at a $2.99 though. They're also not too crazy to find copies of. So I picked up that one as well. So let me scroll through here. How many registries you're partaking in at the moment? 3. I have the Medano Rookie Registry, which is just 9 cards. Thematically appropriate, 9 cards. So I've got that one. I have the 63 Fleer Baseball set registry, and I think that's 67 cards. So I'm actually doing those in PSA graded. And the 1957 Topps Football Green Bay Packers team set. And the only card I need left is the Bart Starr Rookie. And I think, I want to say Golden Slumber, who sometimes comments on here. He always asks me, like, do you chase after the stars? And when it comes to the Packers, I pretty much, it's Favre. It's pretty much Favre. I have grabbed a handful of Jordan Love cards. The majority of them, I'm just kind of flipping them, especially when he was officially announced. I have some Rodgers, but I've honestly been moving on from them. I appreciate Aaron Rodgers, but it's just not exciting for me to chase after the Aaron Rodgers cards. You got your Topps Gold label there.
Well, I now know what I was referring to.
Was it an insert set called Gold Reserve?
No. So I'll show it to you.
Okay.
So, gold. This is gold. Topps Gold label.
Yep.
And it's prime gold.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. The insert set. Yeah. And they have them in the multiple versions, which is also very nice. Even the inserts look really good. They got
Can't really get it to show, but it says prime gold at the bottom.
Yep. That's right. Yeah.
So,
and that's one of the insert sets, and they're nice. They follow the same technology, so you get that shine, and I think they've got them in the 3 versions as well.
Yeah. So here's a red out of 100.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that should be is that class 1?
Yeah.
Got it. Good.
I got class 3 gold label. Just I guess that's just standard.
Yeah, what happens? So Eric, when you look at those cards, if you remember them, Class 1 and Class 3, look at the pictures of Bork.
Yeah, they're different.
Exactly. So that's how you distinguish between. So what they did is the picture in the back is usually the one that they would modify,
Yeah.
and they would have different versions of Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, which, by the way, was a great feature. I
Yeah.
love the fact that as opposed to just a straight parallel, you change the picture in the back. You make it a little different.
Yeah. No, they did such a good job. And this is the Class 1 black label.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Nice and crisp. I like
And
it.
it's just this. Yeah, these are all 8s.
That's okay.
But yeah, and then I have, then I got a handful of these other ones. But I just, obviously the having them in sleeves and stuff just don't do them justice.
Yep.
Taking them out and letting the light hit them, they're awesome.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. You're not going to get an argument from me on that one.
So yeah, so I got, let's see, I got 1, 2, and 3, Class 1, 2, and 3 base.
Nice.
There, class. I'm old and blind. Is what I am. So I can't make these out even with my glasses on. I think this is 1 and 2. I think this is a double, and that's a 1. So I got to get the 3 for this. But
yeah.
Anyway, unless this is it. No, that's not it.
Yeah.
I don't know. This isn't what I usually do and look at, and this isn't my expertise. So I've been having fun learning about it because when I discovered it, I was like, these are just too nice to pass up.
Yeah. So, I think if you're going to minimize the amount of exposure you have to it, those are pretty much, that's top end stuff.
I just think it's fantastic.
So hopefully that answers your question. So it is 3 registries that I'm working on at the moment. That is what I'm partaking in. Dufects of Life says top school label for Flair Showcase. I love this topic. I love it. It's a tough call. I'm going to favor Gold Label just because I really love Gold Label. However, the Flair Showcase cards look really nice. One problem I have with the Flair Showcase cards and like the Legacy Collection and even the One of Ones and all that, they're beautiful cards. And some of the technology they apply to a few of the examples over the couple of years there are really good. It's top tier stuff as well. One of the issues that I have is the amount of backdoor cards, the sheer volume of them. I was looking at one on eBay and I was trying to get a little feedback from some folks. And the problem is I was a bit gun shy with it because it concerned me how many, I needed all the indicators. It's one of those situations where I wasn't going to spend the money to then have to figure it out after the fact and wonder which one it is and then have to do the research and find out after the fact. So I had to let it go. If I had a little more time to research it, I would have been very interested in seeing. Maybe it was good, maybe it wasn't, but it's one of those things. There's certain indicators I've heard of, but I've also heard of exceptions to them. So that's a situation where I need to do a little more research before I'm comfortable putting a bid.
Do you have a Flair Showcase to show as an example?
I do. I'd have to go to the other room, but I do actually have.
I don't know if you could just pull it up on your computer and share it.
Well, that I could probably do.
Yeah, just type in any type of Flair Showcase.
Yeah, let me see if I can grab one. I will see if I can find one here. So give me a minute. I actually picked one up. So if I wonder if this is some time ago now, but I wonder if the image is still available, and if I can do it, if I can use it, that'd be great. Okay, let's see if I can find one. Okay, great. Let's see if I can find it. In the meantime, I'll read a couple of those ones, but I do like this question. And by the way, curious for any of you who are hanging out in the chat, do you have an opinion one way or the other on these? A preference, one more to the other, Gold Label or Flair Showcase? I think they're both beautiful in their own respect, but it's kind of a preference thing. What you kind of prefer. Okay, so let's see.
And are they? Is the Flair Showcase something new, or is
no? This is another '90s. This is another '90s.
Flair Showcase is also from the '90s.
Absolutely.
All right.
They have done some stuff since then, but it was the '90s.
Yeah, because that's what I'm seeing right now is these newer ones that are, called Flair Showcase. Here we go. Here's one from 96, 97. I'm sure I have it. I just okay,
not that one.
Yeah, they are very similar.
Yeah, there's a lot of aspects of it. I'll read a couple of
Uh,
comments here real quick. A competition in the 90s created so much innovation. That's what worries me for fanatics. It's fair enough. There's
yeah.
also Fleer Showcase. Yes, that's right. Flair Showcase by a mile for Paul. Fair enough. Had a thing for Fleer Flare. Yep, those are really nice too. I just finished watching the new Nike Air movie. Curious how much Jordan cards have gone up already. No, at this point, the effect of a documentary or movie, and it isn't going to do much. Not now. Showcase Legacies way better than Gold Label. Ooh, them's
Ooh, all
fighting
right.
words. 540 flips.
All right.
Strong words, sir. Strong
Well,
words.
I heard that 540 flips guy doesn't really know anything about hockey or hockey cards anyway, so
He's a shady character. That one.
I don't
It's
know.
crazy talk.
I'm
So
just saying I heard things.
yeah, listen, some of those things might be true. I got
So
questions.
now I heard those things mostly because I said them.
Mm, mm.
I just want to point that out.
I think there's listen. I think there's some validity to it. So I just remembered. I actually did. I had bid on one just the other day, so I actually was able to. So I got an image for you. Okay, so here's one example. So this is '97 Flair Showcase.
All right.
This is the Legacy Collection. So there's different versions of slight in parallels and stuff like that. Legacy Collection is numbered to 100. So this is a specific example. So this is a Delgado here. It's got some nice, rainbow foil going on, which is really nice. And then on the back, this is kind of how they did their numbering. And this is
Yeah.
one of the things you kind of have to keep an eye on. It's a bit tricky. So this is one of the issues that I have. And this one is already graded, which is great. I'm still going to take a good look at it because this one's going to be en route. And when I get it in hand, I'm going to take a close look at it because I want to study it a little bit. But there are certain telltale signs that help you identify the proper one from a backdoor copy. And I want to make sure I've done my homework and my diligence. So I decided to go one. And in this case, I bought this one because it's already graded. And this one, I got it for $30. So it was cheap enough for me to be like, yeah, I'll take a stab at that. And I like Delgado from back in the day. I've got a little mini PC of Delgado cards. So I'm like, cool. I actually picked up a Joe Carter from PWCC. That's the picture I was looking for, the initial one. I had picked one up that was also graded as well. And it was also a Legacy collection. So I'll see if I can find it later. And I've got one in hand that at least I can showcase later on. I love the cards, though. I don't think you go wrong with both of them. I love both of them. Late 90s, beautiful cards. They got a lot of things going for them. You can tell me you like either one, and I think it's defensible. I think they're both defensible.
I will. I'll do a little bit more research on this subject myself because if they're as nice as these, I would like to, take a look at maybe getting my hands on some. So
Yeah. They're beautiful cards. The only thing I will say is that unfortunately they didn't come out with any of those for hockey at the time. So they might have done some stuff after the fact because I know that somebody bought the licenses, and I know they've done some other stuff. Like they talked about Hockey. I was talking about Fleer Showcase, and they took some elements from some of these things and borrowed them. Not a bad idea because they're beautiful cards. So if you're gonna steal a good idea. If you're gonna do it,
absolutely.
if you're gonna do it, steal a good idea. So Paul here says 97 Atomic Refractor 5 tiers better than Gold Label Flair Showcase. That is a different conversation. I love me some late 90s Atomic Refractors. I'll back you on this. But we're comparing Gold Label to Showcase though. Stick to the topic, Paul. Stick to the topic. We can't be adding a third man into this fight because Atomic Refractors, that late 90s Atomic Refractor, beautiful stuff.
It's really, I would argue that it's too much.
There in the late 90s there was to Orlando's point, in the late 90s competition was fierce. These guys were coming out with technology left, right,
Yeah.
stuff we had never seen before.
Right. Yeah. I just think I look back now and look at Atomic Refractors. I just was looking at a Gretzky one the other day on Instagram, and it's like there's just too much. Like this, look how clean and nice this is.
Mm-hmm.
The Atomic Refractors are just kind of like
with the sound effects and everything. I like it.
Yeah, there's too much going on.
There is.
Look at me.
I can't disagree with this, but I'm particularly a fan.
Well,
I like it.
It depends on what you like.
Yeah. So I'm not going to blame Paul for the stance. And I'm willing to back the Atomic Refractor take. I will die on that Atomic Refractor hill, but I will say that there was a lot of good options in that time period. A lot of good options, and I do not blame people who from that time period appreciating those cards. Topps back gold blew my mind as a 12-year-old 93. Valid. Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
in college.
There you go. 540, Baubles Agent Code. Is the Legacy Collection more shiny? So they've got a couple of different surfaces and a couple of different textures they can do with the shine on those. So similar to, that's why the reason why the comparison is valid is that with the showcase, you had row 0, row 1, and row 2. Class 1, Class 2, Class 3. So they've got certain similarities, but they use slightly different technologies and slightly different textures in the way they look. So that's why they're really cool cards to compare. And let me see if I can find. So that one that I showed you, I bought. So let me see if I can show you. And that particular one was a row 2 Legacy Collection. So out of 100, row 2. And I've got one here that maybe I can share with you guys. See if I can find it. If I can. And it's helpful to do like an apples to apples if you can. And I actually have one for Delgado as well. So remember conceptually what we just talked about with Gold Label. How we had the different classes, different images, right? Okay. So let me use this as an example here. And again, this is just one example of multitudes of them, but it'll give you the general idea. So this is a row 1. Same year, Flair Showcase, same player, different image, right? Slightly different technology. This is also Legacy Collection, so it is numbered to 100. So again, you see the numbering like this. Now, one of the indicators, my understanding, again, I got to do more research. I need to do my own diligence, is that this foil here, in some of the backdoor ones, did not make it there. So in some of the backdoor ones, the foil up here didn't get there. So that's can be one indicator sometimes that is a backdoor copy. This one has that, which is great. The numbering seems fine, but again, I'm going to do my research and diligence. But you got the multiple rows, row 0, row 1, and row 2. And there are some different technologies that you can see on the images that do differentiate them. So you see the similarities between the Gold Label concept and the multiple rows, multiple classes. So the comparable is actually, there is an interesting comparison to be made.
So in these, 3 different types of cards that are comparable, do we know which one came out first? Which one was the original? Does anyone?
Flair Showcase, I think, predates it slightly because Gold Label was 98.99. So and that card I just showed you was 97.
Okay.
So like I said, if you're gonna steal a good idea, and then put your own spin on it, but steal a good idea. Maximus, I need to know what this bicycle poster is on Eric's wall. What do you got in the bicycle? Just beside you, it's above you. Look at this, being artistic.
That's it.
There you go. And now you know Maximus Pomponego. Gold Label class is nice as well. Yes, I agree. The cloud Eric decides to yell at today is atomic refractors.
I would like to point out, I did not yell. I disagree. I don't think I was unkind or yelling or violent in any way. I'm just not like that.
There you go.
I just said that I think they're a lot. So now my feelings are hurt a little bit that, Paul would say something like that.
Mm. Eric just described all Panini parallels. Yeah, there are too much a lot of times. Instead of people buying the 2000th Guerrero Jr. numbered auto, you think they buy his dad's cards for cheap. You really can get his dad's cards for very cheap. And some of them are very nice because he did play in that late 90s period, so he's got some good cards there. Rick, Vintage Oddball Cards, good evening. I'm here late, but are you comparing Johnny Walker Gold Label versus Showcase? I have to go with Gold Label. I'm a big fan of Gold Label as well. I got to look at my 93.
That was a drinking reference. I understood that.
Yeah, but I'm a big fan of Gold Label. Just saying. Got up to my 93 Black Label Dayon because of that. Yep. His Deep Impact versus Armageddon situation both came out around the same time. Yep. Very, very close. Very close timely. Let's see here. Did you ever really consider the Medano Master set? I assume you mean in the set registry? Absolutely not. No chance. And it goes back to Hockey Ike's question. I will grade cards. I have absolutely no qualms about getting cards graded. None. But to me, it's a tool in the toolbox for a purpose. There is a time and a place. There are certain cards that make sense, certain cards that do not. But I also don't mind the set registry. As I said, I didn't need. So to give you kind of the point of kind of what you're asking, I did not need to do a 63 Fleer baseball set in the PSA set registry. Didn't need to do it. I can get very nice cards for that set, ungraded and graded. Maybe the stars graded and the other. I've done that. I've done sets where Most of the cards are not graded. My 53 Bowman Color set that I'm working on right now, that I'm about almost a third of the way there, most of the cards are not graded. However, the star players are graded. Why? Well, sight unseen, unless I can physically hold the cards, I do prefer having a little layer of security and knowing that, I've got those cards already at least looked at prior to my looking at them myself. So that it's nice to have. Not necessary, but a nice to have. I would prefer to have my Mantle graded. That's what happened. I prefer to have the Pee Wee Reese, the infamous Pee Wee Reese card graded. Absolutely. Some of the Hall of Famers, most of the Hall of Famers, I'm gonna get graded, or they were already graded when I bought them. But at the same time, I built a 56 top set mostly ungraded, but some of the key cards are. But in the 63 Flair, I decided I wanted a little challenge. It's a 67 card set. I thought, okay, 67 cards is not going to take up too much room. I have a box that can hold that. Why not? So I thought I would take it on as a challenge. And the 57 Tops Packers team set is 12 cards. That's not onerous. That's not too crazy. It's fairly reasonable. And the only card I've got left is the big one. So I've got to save my pennies. When the time comes, I'll pay a pretty penny for it. But then I'll have the set complete. The set looks pretty nice. Most of the cards are pretty nice in that set. Looks really good. The person I've seen making money at the hobby other than Brad is Flippin' Steve. He's great at it. Yeah, he is Flippin' Steve. That is true. But yes. But yeah, no, you can kind of see though, kind of to the point of what we were talking about, Eric, is that yeah, for guys like myself that grew up a lot in this '90s period, it was a wealth. Going through the old magazines, it was just crazy looking at the ads. And I just kind of remember seeing it the first time, going, "What the hell are you doing now?
Yeah.
What the hell is this insert? What did you just come up with?" And then you had to see it in person. You're like, "Well, show me. What is this thing? What have you done?" And then but it was just it was in the surprises. At that time, it was cool because a lot of this stuff hadn't been done before. Now today, you show me, it's like so it's this, and they're like, "Wait, no, it's the same thing." I've seen that technology, or I've seen that type of foil, or I've seen the some variant. Right. Almost all of them we've seen. That isn't to say they can't come up with other ideas, but it's tougher. It's a lot tougher now because a lot of really good ideas have been used and combined and a lot of this stuff. But we'll still to our discussion from earlier tonight, we will still have a nostalgic pull to the first time or the first times that we saw some of those sets or technologies used. So that'll always be a lot of fun. And then if we can collect some of the OG cards that fit that bill, that's actually really fun. Okay, let's take a look here. All right, so just out of curiosity, I've been keeping an eye on the score. How's the score going now? Just out of curiosity.
2-1. I got
2-1.
Yep, it's 2 minutes 49 seconds left in the second. So we got plenty of time. Plenty of time.
All right. So the game's tightened up a little bit. I see the game's tightened up.
We're not panicking. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Just like the meme, everything's fine, man.
Everything's fine.
There you go.
Fine.
There you go. I like it. So let me pose a question to the chat a little bit here. We've been kind of having fun. I do love going down that 90s insert rabbit hole, though. I'll be honest. I do kind of enjoy it. And tonight, we're going to have a little fun. We're going to take it easy. I mentioned it to Eric earlier. I kind of got talked into it. I was chatting with Brad and Luke on the PSA Canada show last night. And I think Brad and I are going to meet up at the CSC show in Markham. So I think that's going to be... So I think we'll have some fun. I like the way the CSC show is doing its business. So... And I kind of like going to a smaller, and I'm putting it with quotation marks because obviously they're really small shows, but I love the fact that I'm getting a chance to experience for the first time in a long time, because in the 90s I went to a lot of these smaller shows, but recent years I really haven't. So it's kind of fun making a little time out of my schedule to go that way and check it out. And apparently they're doing a 2-day show, which is cool. So I definitely want to check out and see what they're doing. And I know some of the dealers there, so I think that'll be fun. So hopefully it'll be a good time. And weather's nice, so yeah, I'm gonna take it as a little day trip, kind of enjoy it and hang out. And yeah, if Brad and I get a chance to hang out a little bit on Sunday, we'll see if we can get some content out of it too. Why not? We'll get a chance to at least chat a little bit and see if we can come up with some cool ideas that we'll use on that channel and some of the other things we're working on.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should, you guys should try to. Yeah, I don't think you need to walk around like Jeff Wilson with a television crew. But take some pictures, take some video, see what is, kind of show us the show, what it looks like, how big is it, how many people are there, but just by a quick little video or a picture, and anything that you find to be interesting on someone's table that would be unique or exciting, take a picture of that, a video of that. I think that would make good content. People like that stuff.
Oh yeah, no, they look. Orlando can speak to it. People love, even whether it's a big show or medium sized show, a small show. People love living vicariously through an opportunity to see, like, yeah, show me what the local show scene looks like. Michael Hamm does a pretty good job with those as well. Show me what the local show scene is. Like, oh, you go to these shows regularly? Like over in Florida, they got a lot of shows, so they can. Okay, maybe it's the same dealers all the time. That might be, but maybe they got some fresh inventory. Show off what's in some of the showcase. Walk around a little bit. You can see kind of people interacting and stuff going on. Like, it's fun. It's not the same content as all the time. A lot of the content tends to repeat, which is fine. That's normal. But I still think it's fun to live vicariously a little bit through it. Just sit back and enjoy it. So have a little fun. So apparently, no goal controversy. The Leafers are losing their minds. So fair enough.
I'm curious of what Don Koharski up in the booth has to say.
There you go. Yeah, so I'll just mute you so we don't get the audio. We don't want to get pinged. So go ahead, keep doing your thing. Began putting together 95 sets of the Braves recently. Nice. 1990s are a big gap in my collection. Thus far, I've been very impressed with the base cards across all brands. Very inexpensive as well. Very nice, Carla. Yeah, there's some good stuff in there, for sure. My best videos are shows. Most viewers. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. People like that stuff. They can live vicariously through it. It's a good time. I think we'll have a little fun with that. I think down the road, I don't know if you're still around, Paul. Down the road, well, actually, now the problem is we have Paul and Paul. So it's a little more confusing. Paul from the Discord, Paul. Not Paul C. Paul from the Discord, Paul. Down the road, we may have to get together and arrange to have maybe one of those conversations where we can talk about some of those 90s inserts. Because Paul is very in depth with a lot of the football ones. And some of them carry over to some of the other sports as well. Because some of that is, there is carryover in multiple sports.
Oh, yeah.
But there's so much stuff. Like die cuts, the refractors, the various, the rainbow foils, and a whole bunch. I've just enjoyed going down the rabbit hole of tracking some of those. So to your point, like the card that we were talking about, it's a cool card, but it's one of many jersey cards. So the problem is there's just so many. So I was looking at technology cards. That's kind of the rabbit hole that I've gone down. Even if it's not expensive, if you can show me some cool design or something that is a little bit interesting visually, I've been going on ComC and finding some. I bought some Favres this past week on ComC that I got for like $2.
Yeah.
And they're cool looking cards. And I'm like, great, fantastic. Cheap, inexpensive, looks good. This is awesome.
And this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. We were talking about investment over collection. When you were buying Favre cards for $2, you were not thinking investment.
No. You're not going to get much investment there.
No. I think this stuff is going right down the toilet the more trouble he gets in.
Yeah. I think my $2 Favres are safe. I think we're probably all right. Yeah. I fall in love with 90s baseball inserts. There's a big rabbit hole to go down, no doubt. The kids of the 90s will be the last batch to care about 90s baseball cards? Probably. Good news is I am one of those, so I still care. It's still real to me, damn it. Eric can't show you anything cool. Hell with 90s inserts. Man. 540 flips is coming out for the jugular.
Yeah, that 540 flips guy, I think he's off his rocker. And if we are going to ban someone, I think this 540.
Bring back the old ban hammer. It's been a while since I've used the old ban hammer.
Yeah, I think we got to take a look at 540 flips and possibly just delete his whole situation.
Wow.
We just can't have this troublemaker just in the chat constantly.
Eric is not having any of it. He's not having any of it tonight. Man. Actually, let me show, since I mentioned I was going to show some cards, I'll read Paul's comment and then I'll show a card here. And I'll give a quick context of why there's 20,000 Favre cards. And this is a perfect example of why. Paul says, last weekend, I grabbed my box of every Hall of Famer, one per box or worse odds, saw the Bruce Smith, searched Favre, and shot that over. Very nice, very nice. Let me see here. Grab that and shot that over. Okay. But some of those inserts, you're always going to have set collectors you have on eBay. If someone buys this investment, fair enough. I get you. Okay, let's take a look. Where's Yannick been? You got to read the chat, man. He was here earlier.
I killed him.
Yannick's a busy man, though. Like these days, he's working. What is it, an RV? I think he's just building it from scratch. I think he's literally melted the whole thing down. And I think he's redoing it.
I honestly don't know.
Listen, Eric, my theory is that I think he's decided to go all the way and literally redo it. He's starting right from the Model T, and he's going to redo the combustion engine. And that's what's taking a while. So he's decided to completely start from scratch, ignore everything that has ever been done, and do the combustion engine from scratch.
I think Charity threw him out, and he's living in a van down by the river.
Down by the river. Look at
That's what I
you
think.
bringing the van down by the river back. I would suggest that most collectors age 40 plus enjoy late 80s and 90s cards, and these cards are a staple of their collections. Probably. That sounds about right. James says, I resemble that. I also resemble that remark. I'll be 40 in July, so that's about right.
Oh no, 40. Oh.
Well, Eric, not all of us are like ancient like you. You were 40 in the 1840s.
That's true.
Yeah. So like, the problem is that like in fairness, you claim that like 40 was a big deal. Like in reality, you had disintegrated long before that. Long before. By like somewhere in your teens, like, you just disintegrated and fell apart. Your years of cyclocross had finally caught up with you. Somebody finally hit you properly, like they actually knew the proper rules of cyclocross. You fight to the death. You're lucky you're still alive.
I got my new bike yesterday.
And how many weapons you got attached to it?
I'm going to watch the original Death Race 2000.
I was about to say Death Race.
I am going to get some ideas from Sylvester Stallone and David Carradine, and
you can watch the remake. It's not bad. It's actually decent for what it is.
No, I'm not.
It's fine. They made some straight to DVD sequels. Ignore those. The Death Race though, because I think Jason Statham was in the first remake. That's fine. Yeah. It's fine. Don't lie to people. It's fine. 540 Flip says you got a reason to be sour. It must be really bad to have not one but two teams get eliminated by the same team. Dang.
I seriously, I think it's time that we cut him loose.
Carlos saw a promotion. We can have 20% off a monthly Market Mover subscription for life. Man, I bet that's Neo's code, isn't it? Defects of Life. With thousands of cards, if you're any player now, I think landmark card technology releases and great IPL 90s cards will draw more interest. That's always a possibility. That's a possibility. So let's take a look here. So this is the card that I was talking about. And this is in a nutshell why there's way too many of the why there's 20,000 Havre cards. Okay, so this is a Black Refractor. This is a set that came out, I want to say it was either 07 or 08, I forget. I'll double check, but it was a Topps Finest, 07 or 08, late 2000s. And this one is Favre leads Packers to the Super Bowl 31 victory, commemorates. It's a 20 card set that commemorates all his stuff, which is great. It's very important. 31. It's a big fan of that one. But you got 20 cards that commemorate different accomplishments and thing. The problem is you got the base, you got one refractor, you got a black refractor, you got a blue refractor, and you've got, I think, a white refractor. I forget. There's a couple different versions. The point is, so you do 20 cards, and then you do like 3 or 4 different parallels of it. Well, there's like 60 cards. It's one set, 1 year, one thing, and there's all those cards. Plus, there was that set in, I think, Chrome, where they did one for his road to 420 for 420 touchdowns. I think they did 420 cards, one for every touchdown. So all of a sudden, even if you just want to do a base set of those, that's 420 cards, Eric. That's doing nothing else. 420 cards. There's a collection of cards. It's just one thing. It's the same card over and over again, I think with a slightly different image and the number. And it's literally, this is touchdown number 1, touchdown number 2, number 3, number 4, number 418. Dude. Eric and Bobbles self-graded tobacco cards by candlelight. Wow. So now you and Bobbles are in the same age bracket. He's got you hooked up on both.
And I'm still older.
Wow. But the thing is, we've already established Baz is older than both of you. So how old is freaking Baz then?
I don't know. I mean, he was one time he was in the chat talking about running away from some dinosaurs at one point. But
I like to think that on the 7th day, and I'm not a religious man, but I like to think on the 7th day, God walked in and Baz was already there making jokes.
That would be, yeah.
Just throwing it out there. It's my theory. It's my running theory.
All right.
I figured Carlos would have taken Friday off to play the new Zelda game. Not a video game guy. I also don't have the new Switch. I do play the odd game here and there. I do have the newer Xbox, but I got it because it can play 4K Blu-rays as well. But I played a couple of games on there, but I'm not a Nintendo guy very much either. Not since the old NES and Super Nintendo. Eric, do you have the 51 Parker's Victor, Ivan, Lynn, or Vic Lynn rookie card? Bruins. He's the only NHL player to play in all 6 original teams. I like it. So when Eric gets back, I'll ask him. You're older and I'm wiser. Just balances it out. Man, Bubbles. You're hitting below the belt these days. He's got a lot of savage remarks over here. It's crazy. This is a question for you, Eric. Do you have the Vic Lynn rookie card for 51 Parkers?
No, I do not.
Apparently, he's the only NHL player to play for all 6 original teams. That's a nice little factoid.
No, that'd be cool.
That's kind of a neat little factoid.
There. I have 3. I think I have 3 Bruins cards from 51. I got Dumart, I got Schmidt. I think I have Stanford.
All right. Seems good. I like this question. Carlos, think you ever get a Len Potty in the stream? Eric banned him. He's like, nope. By the way, I don't know if you caught on the PSA Canada stream, if they're the part you listened to. I think Brad mentioned Len Potty, and then got us into talking about the Golden thing for a second. Because I think what it was that Brad was saying he had road tripped it to Montreal with Len. So and then all of a sudden, my first thought was, oh, you know what would have been the best? If it had been Len and Eric. They have so much to talk about. Such wonderful conversation. I think they were driving for like 10 or 12 hours. Oh, I can imagine Eric and Len hanging out for hours. And I said, forget about the Golden Touch. I want this show. I want a green light, a 60 episode run. Len and Eric talking life.
I think Len is a wonderful man, and I bought many a card from him in Canada and in the United States. And, I think he's a treasure to this hobby.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I think you two should road trip across Canada. And listen, Eric, as a peace offering to help all parties involved, y'all road trip. You start off on the East Coast. You road trip it across. You don't have to go all the way across the country. I will be happy to host you. I will buy both of you a drink and food at the Albion Hotel in Guelph.
Well, it would be an interesting show.
It would. Eric, listen, if I could arrange that, listen, I could talk to the Albion people and I'll be like, guys, we got to get 4K wired in here. We're going to make this thing happen. Let's go.
I think Len is a great guy, and I have purchased many a card from him in Canada and in the United States.
I sense you're making emphasis on a point. So, Eric, have you picked up the Dit Clapper? He's very obsessive about the Dit Clapper.
He is very obsessive about the Dit Clapper, and when the right opportunity comes around and I have the correct finances, I would love to have a nice Dit Clapper card someday. It would be a jewel in my collection.
Victor says, did someone say Victor rookie card? And you calm down, Victor. And good evening.
Victor?
Eric uses a Dit Clapper to turn off the lights? Possibly. The Oaks joins us this evening. I have been summoned. Who said Albion? I went to university with Oaks. We spent many an evening closing down the Albion Hotel. Many an evening. 3 a.m. last call. Very long nights of drinking. Let me tell you. Good evening, Oaks. Carlos, what do you think of both Ken Golden's and SCR claims that metrics on his site is up big time since the documentary? Think it'll be short-lived interest in the website bump? Maybe, maybe not. I think if people are tuning, like, there's no reason going to the website. Sure. Signing up. If people sign up and find stuff they like and, bid on stuff, then sure. If they find stuff they're interested in, if they find stuff they're looking for. At the end of the day, like, we add all this extra stuff onto it. It's the same thing that happened with the PWCC thing. Whatever happens with the PWCC thing doesn't really matter. The reason why I kind of like look at it and kind of roll my eyes when people worry about this PWCC or any other platform. If a platform goes away, it opens up the door for these other platforms to get more market share. That's all that happens. So if PWCC goes away tomorrow, they're gone, snap fingers, gone. Okay, cool. More traffic moves over to Golden, more traffic moves over to eBay, more traffic moves over to My Slabs or whatever. They all get another opportunity, maybe even some to ComC. They all get their opportunity. I think they serve a function. They serve a function, but it's just a matter of what works for you. So here's the truth. I think the problem is I keep searching on Golden and I don't find anything particularly interesting for me. But there is stuff there, though. So like, if they could get more stuff that would be appealing to me, I don't have a golden account. However, if you show me like maybe you show me some shiny Favres,
Oh,
some of my '90s stuff, yes. You put something interesting there that is interesting to me, I'll sign up for the damn thing. I'll bid on it. I don't care. I'll go where the stuff is that I'm looking for. If you show me what I'm looking for, I'm interested. If you don't show me what I'm looking for, then I don't care.
does he have regular guy priced items? I got
Yes,
to be honest. I haven't really spent a ton of time searching his
they've
site.
created a weekly auction, so there is stuff that's more in line with like normal stuff.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, is there hockey cards under $100? From
let
1975.
us give it a try. Let's give it a
Yeah,
try.
I
All
mean,
right.
or is it just we have Babe Ruth's last home run bat, and
Yeah.
we
No,
will.
I can tell you it's more than that. Okay. So because remember I said there's a weekly auction. So weekly auctions are not going to be elite auction. All right. So let me start off with my Favre, and then we'll try some hockey here. So like, look, if I just did a search, all I did was just go far off and hit enter. That's all I did. I just left
Okay,
it open to whatever.
sure.
So right now, like you got this is a $5 card right now.
Okay, all right,
Uh,
good.
so like, and this is season's best. This is a card that I actually bought on ComC and I paid $3 for. Not
Okay,
graded, but still,
sure.
it's not an expensive card. So in a PSA 9, I don't expect that would go for crazy money. But you can see though, here's the thing: I literally kept it as open ended as possible. There's 5 cards, so it's
Hmm.
not like there's a ton on the platform. Now, is there hockey? I've seen some. Let's try. Why don't we just start off with? We don't even have to go vintage yet. Let's just start off with Gretzky.
Sure.
Let's just see what we get with Gretzky.
Well, Gretzky going to get 100 of his rookies.
Sure, but we're gonna filter out, and we're gonna focus on the weekly auction. We're gonna try to filter out for the weekly. So we got the elite auction stuff. That's fine. Oh, here you go. 92 Dream Team auction, as Netflix, of course. Uh, all right. So why don't we go price max? Let's do a price max of $250. Let's apply a filter. Let's see what we get. All right, so these are still very early. An 8081 on open vending box. I don't expect that. That'll definitely go for more. Here you go. 2021 Skybox Metal Universe Champions. That's not going to be super crazy. These are just some cheaper inserts. 2008 Gaudi Hit Parade of Champions. That's a regular insert, but graded for some
Ooh, they
reason.
got PMGs that I have.
They do, absolutely. Here you go. 96, 97 Donruss Elite inserts. Number to a mere 10,000.
Sure,
PSA
yeah,
8.
yeah,
Sure.
I have that one.
Yeah. The point is, though, like that would qualify as a card that isn't going to be super crazy expensive. It should be.
We have 3 PMGs.
Oh, I know. Heavy metal, 95 metal. This is a Panini sticker.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think 89, 90 tops in a PSA 8. That's not going to go for crazy money. I'm sorry.
No, this is great.
Yeah. So the point is they don't have a lot, but if they're able to get more volume, it could make it more appealing and more interesting.
And it also seems like there probably isn't a lot, and people aren't really going to that site looking
No.
for $5 cards. So I
No.
bet you could probably get those things cheap.
I would think so. That was what happened originally in the first couple of iterations of PWCC. That was the
I
point
remember.
originally. I
Yes,
said
I remember that.
the point was a lot of people shied away because they were concerned about the extended bidding and but opening up another platform. It's like, well, there were some good deals to be had early on. Like there
Oh,
was
yeah.
some stuff,
I
and it was
thought that.
decent stuff. So I was like, look, if you want to shy away from it, that's fine. But guess what? I got the cards, so we're good. And then as pertaining to the thing with the vault and all that, if worse comes to worse, like I said, I had 4 cards on the platform at that time because every time I accumulated a couple $100 worth of cards, I would have them shipped out to me because I wanted the cards. I wanted physical possession of them. So I never had a lot in the vault at any time. And if anything had gone to hell, the last 4 cards I had were $56 combined value. I'm like, dude, at that point, keep it. Oh, but we have to get litigation to get. I'm not spending a dime to get those cards out of there if there's an issue. Somebody who has $56,000 worth of cards, they have a problem and they would certainly do something about it. $56, I am not lifting a finger. I set for the cards because I wanted one of them for one of my sets I was working on. Otherwise, I'd have left it. So real quick, let me scan through here. I think penicillin is prescribed for Dick Clapper. Facts. Stu enters on a Dick Clapper reference. Facts, sir. Carlos, they have a 1 out of 0, 97, 98 Mike Modano. Ooh, you said 97, 98. That's my favorite year. Under $100. Now it makes sense why Eric is a Bruins fan. Dang.
Yeah. I really think this should be a chatter that we need to ban. I don't see how 540 Flips brings anything to the chat, brings anything to the show. And I think it would be best for all if we just block him.
I see what you're saying. I don't know. So I don't know if Ogilvy is off there in the distance. See, Ogilvy, this is what happens when we don't have the Albion to resolve these issues. We could settle these issues in a peaceful manner. And now here where we are. Stuck with war.
I just think we should block him. That's all I'm saying.
Fair enough. Bronco Horvath played for all 6 teams, minus the Red Wings, plus North Stars in 67-68. He challenged Bobby Hall for the Art Ross 1 year, but no cigar. There you go.
I got an opportunity to meet Bronco on a couple of occasions, had him sign some stuff. I remember he's been gone for a while now. And I remember, his hands were kind of really kind of arthritic and beat up. Super, super nice guy. It was a pleasure to have met him a couple of times. I did not remember him playing all the way to 1968, but I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right.
Hey, one Google search will resolve that issue.
Yeah, and I also don't recall. So no, I'm saying this is good that if I'm learning something new about a player that I've actually met and collected. So I also didn't know that he was, one of the leading scorers. I mean, he was on the Uke line with Johnny Busick and Vic Stasiak, who just passed away this week. And Vic Stasiak was a friend of the shop, and believe it or not, I actually had a pile of things to go out to him. And unfortunately, you put stuff off, and you're dealing with people in their 90s. They don't, the clock's ticking. So, yeah, we lost Vic this week, and Porky as Woody Dumart. We lost him a long time ago, and Milt and we just keep losing all these legends, from the 50s, and it's just they can't be around forever. We know. Ed Sanford is still around. He signs for us every once in a while. His son comes in, and we hand him a couple of things, and he goes off and signs it. But we're losing these guys, and that's why meeting Bobby Bond a couple of years ago, thanks to Bobby, meant so much, because it's like I got an opportunity to sit and talk to one of these older guys that time's a ticking. And
this is see what happens. The Bruins get bounced in the first round, and Eric gets very reflective. In the meantime, I'm going to read some of these comments. Late 90s cards, the greatest looking cards of all time, and I didn't even collect in that era. There are many that would disagree with me, not people that collect in the 90s. All right, so let's take a look here. The old poor man's gems, PMGs. 540 Flips testing from his flip phone. The Oak says, peace was never an option. Let me have my dream, Oaks. Oaks crushing dreams. How did the Mantle cards take on a life of their own? Amazing player, but his price is the greatest ever, it seems. In the 1950s, he was the golden boy. He was the star. And there were other stars in New York. At one point, Duke Snider was considered one of those guys, obviously with Willie Mays. In New York in the 50s, that was the golden era. And in New York baseball, that was the golden era. So he carried that off. And he was always one of the great what-ifs because he had tremendous talent. And he didn't quite get to fully realize it. But even as it was, he was considered one of the greatest players at the time of his retirement. The problem is, since then, obviously, Willie Mays is arguably a much better player. However, there were a lot of things that Mantle could do too. And it's one of those things. Willie played longer. Hank Aaron played longer. These other guys had longevity to go along with greatness. So, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
If he wasn't, and this is not a shot by any means, if he wasn't battling alcoholism, who knows how good Mickey Mantle would have been. But he was hindered the majority of his career, and it took his toll.
It's one of those things, like, we'll never know for sure. That's why I say the what if actually helps. It actually helps his legend. And then Dufex is here. Mantle's the most popular, and he won championships. So you have both those things combined, and the golden era of baseball, and he's associated with it as much as anybody else. It's It's all combined. And the 52 top set and the whole high number thing and the whole legend of how a bunch of those cards got, thrown into the river, into the lake, into the river, I think. But all that combined to give it the mystique. And the 52 tops card has garnered that mystique. The 52 tops card now exists with the Wagner T206 as separating almost from the player. The player's important. By the way, Honus Wagner was a Hall of Famer too. He was a Hall of Famer. He was one of the greatest players of his era. But we don't think, when we think of the Honus Wagner card, we're not thinking of it because of Honus Wagner. We're thinking about the legend and the story and the infamy of the card and all the stuff that comes along with it. Well, the 52 Tops Mantle has acquired that as well. And a lot of his 50s cards acquired iconic status. It all came together. That's the reason why. So 540 Flips would be here, but he's an American Revolution reenactment as an expert, making sure everything is done accurately since he was an eyewitness to it all. A lot of old jokes tonight. I like a lot of the old jokes.
I believe he was. I believe that he was at Lexington and Concord, and he may have fired that first shot.
I think it's very possible. I think it's very much the case. 547 says, "Screw you, Bob. Sincerely, Eric." Man. Eric, any update on the Vinnie Vincent private signing you've been working on? Don't answer that. Stuke says, Mantle was the Mike Trout of his time. No, he wasn't. Mike Trout's like not good at baseball. Moving on. Eric, I don't like getting older either. Facts. Mano's WAR was higher after 12 years than Trout's. Man, true. Mano was an All-American Golden Boy and the biggest market mecca in sports. Facts. Mano was a nice guy, loved by all at the time. He had a lot of popularity. Jimmy Fox also lost his career to alcoholism, didn't he? But he wasn't a Yankee. True. He also didn't win as many championships, in fairness, so that was also a big factor.
One of the things about Mantle, of course, about him being a nice guy and loved by all, which is true. That one of the things about it, though, is that he was doing a lot of his drinking with the press, and he had a great relationship with those guys, and they would never tell stories out of school, as they say. Nowadays, if somebody behaved the way he did back then, it would be all over social media, all over the newspapers. Nobody would keep the secret, and he wouldn't be seen as the hero and golden boy and all-American and wonderful. He'd be seen as a degenerate, and he wouldn't have, no matter how good he was, he wouldn't have that hero aspect. Yeah. So if it wasn't for the reporters not reporting what they knew, that kept the shine on that turd, as they say.
Basically, yeah. Look, Mano was the OG not swell fella for his time period, for the 50s. But the reality is that he had a lot of defense, he had a lot of protection. But the thing is, even after, late in his life, when the book came out, well, actually after he died, when the book came out, I forget the lady who was the author for it, but she wrote in a biography on Mantle that covered a lot more of the issues that he had with it. And at the time, she got a ton of flack for it and a lot of pushback from people like, how dare you, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, that's the facts. That's what it was. Yeah. He did and said a lot of things that, a lot of people wouldn't co-sign on, but he was Mickey Mantle. And at the time, that was okay. It was a free pass to do whatever you wanted.
You want to know how good a person is? Ask their family.
Fair. Mantle's popping in New York as Maurice Richard was in Quebec. If we're talking about Montreal specifically, Maurice Richard incited a riot when he was taken out of a game, when he was suspended. I think there's a suspension in one of the Stanley Cup Finals.
I would say Maurice Richard and Babe Ruth would be in the similar category.
Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those things where but Maurice Richard was revered in Quebec and in Montreal in particular. In Montreal, he operated as a god.
And Babe Ruth too. Yep. So I think those two are the ones that you really have to look at and being the same.
Yep. And 540
Mantle. I think you got to almost kind of go with the years, and say Mantle and Bobby Orr are in the same category.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And you just keep going with the generations, and that's what you compare.
Mm-hmm. So 540 Flip says also about the racial issues. Yep. Because by that time in 51, it was still relatively early days. The good news for Mays is that he was able to have a full career, basically. And he was able to have a full career. So when we do the comparison between Mantle and Babe Ruth and whatever, Babe Ruth had his own issues as well, swept under the rug in the same vein. And Black Box Hobby touches on that, so I'll read that comment here in a second. But the other piece of it is that Mantle did play against black players, so they did at least have that in there. It was integration was there, even if it was early days of integration at that point. He got to play with against Willie Mays and some of these other guys, whereas Ruth did not get to play with the equivalent great black players of his era. So we didn't get to see like, well, you're great, but how great are you compared to the best of what's available? So you had more of these athletes available, which allowed us to get a better test, which I think is fair.
But still, it was still predominantly, white. And
yeah.
I forget what year that the Red Sox finally allowed a black player, because we had a horrible racist owner in Tom Yawkey that said, under no circumstances will he ever have, a black gentleman play for him. And we were the last team in the league to have a black player by the name of Pumpsy Green. And he was kind of like the Jackie Robinson here in Boston, breaking that color barrier for the Red Sox. But black players were allowed, but very few of them were playing.
So I'll include Black Box Hobbies comment here. Very true about Mantle's character. Should be swept under the rug. Could say the same things about Ruth. And Paz adding some more context for Ruth. Absolutely. And Mantle. So fair enough. Stuke adding Mantle and Mays pay the 51 World Series. True. Mantle didn't quite finish the 51 World Series, but yes, you're right. My favorite hockey player growing up was the guy who scored 533 goals, won 4 Stanley Cups for Toronto and 2 for Montreal by team. Yankees were the last team in the American League to sign a black player. What year was Elson Howard?
Hey, listen, take it. Please take it. I don't want to win this, but I do think it's the Red Sox with Pumpsy Green. But please, I want to be wrong.
So Defects of Life adding a quote from Hank Aaron. Mickey was like Marilyn Monroe, didn't have to be the greatest ball player. He had that charisma. The Yankees had won all those pennants. Good evening, Michael Ham. Sam Jethro was first in Boston as a Brave. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't think teams, fans of teams should be like, well, we signed the black player last. It's like I wouldn't be bragging about that.
No.
Yeah, so Eric is like, no, but please, by all means, take it,
please. I unfortunately I think I'm right, but please take it.
Well, here's the problem, Eric. Look, I don't want to let you off the hook because Lord knows I don't want to let you off the hook. But the fact is, I know for a fact that the Boston Red Sox signed a black player years and years and years before the Colorado Rockies did.
That is an accurate statement.
But Carlos is like, that's not the point. The point is that is chronologically correct.
That is correct.
See how we can have fun with statistics? It's like, well, technically that's true. It's like, but Carlos, the team did it.
No. Colorado is more racist.
Sure. I'll leave you for that quote, as you're on your own. Red Sox were last, probably. I think so. I think they actually were. But look, I'm not gonna worry about. Look, y'all go to the Google machine and figure it out. Y'all go to the Google machine and figure that one out.
I don't want to win this.
Yeah. Defective Life says chronologically correct, but a false equivalency. Yes, I know, but it's true. That's the beauty of the internet. It's like, wait a minute, those facts don't line up quite. It's like, that's not the point. The point is technically it's correct.
That is
chronologically correct. It's like, but they didn't have they could have started a team in Colorado in 1905 and signed a black player. That's not my fault.
You didn't stop them.
Yeah. Carlos, do you collect vintage wrestling from the 50s? I do not. There is that Parkhurst set from the 50s. It's an interesting set, but it's never been something that has interested me. It is a neat set though. Parkhurst had a lot of different sets that they were doing a lot of different stuff in the 50s. Very interesting.
How about that? I know it. I know it actually pretty well. I'm just having kind of a brain fart, as they're called. Mm-hmm. The set that there's a Babe Ruth in it, but it's a multi-sport set. It's Babe Ruth playing days, right? So, but it's a was it a Goodwin set or something that it had, Babe Dickerson Harrius in it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
it had
there was a set in the 30s, I think, right?
It's a very famous set.
Yeah, okay.
But for whatever reason, I can't pull it out right now.
I think it was. I think it
Yeah,
was.
Gaudi. Thank you. The Gaudi set with multi. It was
Are
multi-sport
you sure it
and
wasn't Sports Kings? Yeah.
all right.
Sorry.
Okay, then
Yeah.
I'll go with that one.
I think when you said the Babe one, that's the one I was thinking of. That's
All
the
right.
one that was coming to mind.
All right. It's one of the two. I think
Yeah.
it might be Sports Kings actually. Now that that's been brought to my attention.
Yeah.
My only reason I bring it up is because that was such a multi-sport set.
Yeah.
Were there wrestling cards in that Sports Kings set from 33? I think.
I want to say yes, but Orlando's right. Like, here's the thing: when we talk about wrestling, we got to make an important distinction, right? There is professional wrestling, and then there is wrestling, amateur wrestling, Greco-Roman. Like that's wrestling. When we say wrestling, there was a moment where the lines started to blur between the professional wrestling that we think of today and the the roots, because the old wrestling, like when the lines started to blur, the oldest wrestlers were shoot fighters who could like wrestle. They could wrestle in the conventional sense of
Yeah,
wrestling.
they would grapple.
Yeah, and they added a performance element to it, and obviously changed the course of it. Now today, the wrestler of today might have some skills in that. Like Brock Lesnar is one of the most famous wrestlers of today. Brock Lesnar was an NCAA wrestling champion. He was a real wrestler.
As was Kurt Angle.
Yeah, so real wrestlers, like real wrestlers. But they were able to parlay their skills and transfer it into the entertainment version of wrestling. Where it's like, yeah, you can be athletic, you can have these skills as part of what you do, but the entertainment is a different form of wrestling. So the 1880s wrestling is a little different than the one in the 50s and the one in the later area. So let me quickly scan through a couple of these here. 33 Sports Kings.
Yeah, that's
My bad,
definitely
it
what
was
I
the Red
thinking.
Sox. Yeah, I was thinking of Howard on Yanks, who was the first black player. There you go.
I really wanted to lose that argument more than you could possibly imagine.
Mm-hmm. There you go. See, someone was asking about the old band, and we got to use it for the first time in a long time. I don't know why. Randomly, we got it today, but I guess we got it today. So there you go. See, Orlando. I don't know if you were paying attention, but that's what a band looks like. Somebody got one. Yeah.
Was it?
It was somebody trying to be a little bit racist and political, and I'm like, no.
Well, I don't want to hear any of that crap.
Yeah. So that's how you get banned, and that's what it looks like.
Well, you want to get rid of this other one because I'm looking at one that I don't want to look at.
The one you're looking at is the one that in the main chat is gone.
But you can't.
It stays in StreamYard.
That's too
StreamYard's still there. Yeah, but it's off the main chat.
No. Hey, I just want to make sure this person hears me. You're a piece of shit. Go jump off a bridge.
Yeah. So here Bob says they earned it. I saw what they said exactly. Yep, the ban is needed. Yeah, I have no tolerance for it. I will not tolerate it. We deal in bullshit around here, but we will not deal in that brand of bullshit. We have much higher caliber bullshit that we will deal with around here.
No, I just you want to see me get pissed? That shit gets me pissed.
Yeah. So here we go. I have the Babe in a PSA 4. Nice.
Oh, awesome! She is
cool.
The greatest female athlete of all time. Back when there was no Title 9, there was no women's sports taken seriously. Funding, all this stuff. She was incredible. She won professional tennis matches. She was in the Olympics. She won professional golf matches, bowling. I mean, you name the sport, Babe. And now, of course, people may or may not know this. The nickname Babe, I believe, was because of Babe Ruth. She was the Babe Ruth of women's sports. So I believe that is not her true name, but her nickname, just like Babe Ruth, is Herman. That she got, because of her greatness in women's sports, she got the Babe nickname.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to have a 33 Sports Kings of her. Her story is unbelievable. There's a lot more to it. I'm not going to get into it. She had a personal life. We'll just say that. And for the time, it was just, her story is amazing. And I think Sports Century, ESPN Sports Century did a did something on her years ago, and it was very, very good.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. So real quick, yeah. So I did. So it should be good now. But yeah. So funny enough, like the question was asked earlier, it takes at this point the chat's actually been really good for quite a long time. I actually have a very high bar where I'll allow a lot of. If you guys want to talk amongst yourselves within reason, not have at it. I have no issue with any of that. But if you're being disruptive and just being ridiculous for the sake of being ridiculous, nah, I'm not going to deal with that. Waiting for Buddy Rogers' Prism. That'd be interesting. I think that'd be kind of cool. So we got a bunch here. So Carlisle's listed off a bunch of the different players here.
Wow, thanks for all that typing. Hold on, you put the effort.
There's a lot. There's a lot, man.
I look at them.
All right, you got Robinson, Doby, Hank Thompson / Monty Irvin, Sam Jethro, Minnie Minoso. Then we go into the 50s here. Bob Trice, Ernie Banks, Kurt Roberts, Tom Alston, Nino Scalo, Chuck Harmon, Carlos Paula. I remember Carlos Paula from some of my cards. Elston Howard, John Kennedy, Ozzie Virgil Sr., and Pump Seagreen.
Wow.
There you go. And apparently Babe married a wrestler. Interesting.
You know what? That's the Zaharias.
Gotcha.
But there was other parts of her personal life.
There you go. Yeah, no worries, Bobbles. It's okay. I like I said, I have a very low tolerance for stuff.
No, listen, there is nothing wrong with discussing sports facts in the past.
Well, as pertains to Jackie Robinson is a valid point.
In regards to the racial barrier in sports, there is never anything wrong with that. And we have a great group of people who come here every week, and they can handle that and be human beings about it. When we got somebody that we never even seen before jump in and say that hateful bullshit. So we can definitely talk about that here, and no one should apologize because one piece of human garbage decided to use his fingers for evil.
Well, I think what he should apologize for is not berating you on video, because I would kind of enjoy that.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not on screen and he's hiding over there behind his moniker, and
he's probably planning evil right now as we speak. He's probably watching the hockey game, going like, "Let's go."
I just want him to know I'm rooting for the Krakens.
There you go. All right, so I'm just quickly scanning. So Florida's still up. Looks like
it's still 2-1, and it's a commercial right now.
All right, gotcha. So according to NHL.com, I see just shy of 9 minutes left, give or take. Is that about right? That's what it looks like here. Okay.
I'm still waiting for them to come back to the game. They're in a timeout, it looks like, but there's
still a tight game, I will say. Still a tight game. FYI, the list I shared was the first black player on each team. Yes. Thank you, Carla. There are many teams that have multiple players on the roster before teams had it. That's fair. That's fine. I'm with you. Okay, here we go. I'm working on listing stuff on eBay right now because I've been left behind and my sales are sucking. All right, fine. Your addiction to money takes precedence. I get it.
Yeah. Whatever. Yep. 8:37 remaining. 2-1.
All right. Cool. In March 1934.
We're not done yet.
There's still time. It's a 1-goal game. We'll see. In March 34, Didderton pitched a total of 4 innings in 3 Major League Spring Training exhibition games. Nice.
Yeah, she's just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, athlete's an athlete. Works out.
If you've never heard of her, do some very quick research and reading. You'll become a fan.
Suppose I just wish Marion Motley and Bill Willis got their credit for the color barrier for football, but just because it was the AAFC. Yep. It's a very strange time.
That's something I don't even know anything about.
Yeah, there were some weird leagues and stuff but look, one thing, and again, this isn't meant to discredit anybody because that's not the point. It's interesting because I remember reading a book on like 1001 baseball facts or whatever. It was like this big hardcover book. I still have it somewhere here, somewhere in one of the shelves. But there were black players in professional baseball, obviously, before Jackie Robinson. But what happened was in the 1800s, they got banned.
You had to play somewhere, right?
Yeah, exactly. But what happened was obviously they got banned in the 1800s, and it was guys like Cap Anson that had a big role in like preventing them from being able to play it going forward. So basically, Jackie Robinson rebroke the color barrier. But the downside of that is because it was early major leagues where it wasn't really the major leagues of today. Like it wasn't really American League, National League. We're not thinking of it in the same way. Those guys are lost to the sands of time to a certain degree. But like they were real players, they were baseball players who played professional baseball in the time that they were allowed to, until suddenly they were barred and banned and had to go and play in Cuba and other places, and they weren't allowed to play anymore, which is a shame. But in a certain way, like they should also kind of get their flowers because hey, they were professional players at the time, to the best of their ability at the time they were allowed to play, until suddenly the rug got pulled out from under them.
Right.
And it's only fair. So Jackie Robinson gets his credit, which he should, but he had to re-break the color barrier. But the guys that had the first crack at it don't really get mentioned too often. It's unfortunate. Eric ain't chatting with Johnny Broward tonight. He might just tell him to kill again. I would love to get a 14th.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is
That he's telling you to kill?
I've been working hard with some people, and I'm feeling a little bit better. And all I'm gonna do is leave it like that for now. All right. So
For Johnny's instructions.
I'm just trying to get through this Maple Leafs game because I really want my Maple Leafs. Should I say the Maple Leafs? To win this game and beat Florida, who I'm really, really against. And that's all I want is for the Maple Leafs to win. So
there you go.
That's it. But I've been working on some things, and I'm feeling a little bit better. But we'll discuss that in the future.
Black Box Hobby says, would love to get a 14-15 Cracker Jack Branch Rickey card. That'd be cool. That'd be a good one. Kenny Washington gets...
again, I does Branch Rickey have a card? I didn't know this. So what is
14-15 Cracker Jack. So this is a 1914 or 15 Cracker Jack. Apparently there's a Branch Rickey card.
Now, it did Branch... I know what he is most famous for. Was he a player first? Is it a owner card? Is it a player card? Why does he have a card in 1914?
Yeah, so at that time he would have been a player.
I didn't know that. So that's something I didn't know. I did not know Branch Rickey was a player before he was an owner.
Okay, so here we go. Might as well do visual aids if we're going to talk about
it. I know. I love conversations like this and stuff because...
So here's Branch Rickey of the St. Louis Americans in 1915 Cracker Jack.
Now, how much does something like that go for, even though it's on that guy's...
Bromstein.
Oh, God.
So this one's about 1825 right now, with about almost 2 days left in a PSA 5.
And it's how many bids?
So this one is 17 right now.
And how many of them are Prosteins?
Well, let's take a look. 116 feedback's not bad. 2,800, that seems fine. 13,825, that's fine.
Yeah.
This bid history honestly looks okay.
Well,
I think the lowest feedback here is 116. So which is
and how about that? 116. Yeah, wow. If I shill bid it 116 times, that's what I would have.
Now, there are telltale signs traditionally, and that one seems okay for now. First African-American playing in the NFL was Bobby Marshall, followed by Fritz, so Carlisle's adding in some. William Edward White, 1879. Moses Fleetwood Walker. So Moses Fleetwood Walker is the one I'm familiar with, 1884. And Weldy Walker, 1884. So, like, these were kind of the OGs. These were the OGs here.
Yeah, I didn't know any of this. So
respect and much love. Did a video this week on Brian Piccolo and his relationship with Gail Sayers' roommate, Brian Song.
That was special. That was great.
Yeah, they're expensive autographs. Take a Pollard. Oak says go Panthers. He is an Ottawa Senators fan. He is not the biggest fan of Leafs.
Ah, God.
Can't find a Marshall, Paul. There you go. Bobby Marshall was a 40-year-old rookie. A lot of psychologists in Toronto who only work and
post. There's a movie about him, too, I believe.
St. Louis Browns, New York Highlanders, St. Louis Browns. There you go. Teams that he played for, Branch Rickey. So thank you for that, Carlisle. So there's actually a photo of a reverse card of a probe scene listing. I know. 3 career home runs. There you go. Yeah, 1800s baseball was very, very different than like the version we're used to today. Early days were truly Wild West, very much so. But Cracker Jack cards, honestly, the early 1900s Cracker Jack cards, love them. They're very cool. But if you've ever seen them, Very thin paper stock. It's amazing they survived because they are thin.
And that Probstein one of Ricky was a 5?
It was an excellent 5, yes.
That's amazing.
Cracker Jack actually, higher grade ones is not that unusual.
Really?
Like, even though the thin stock and everything, I've seen a lot of high grade Cracker Jacks. Again, 5 is not like absurd, like way off the charts. 5 is within the realm of reasonable. I've seen enough Cracker Jacks to go like that's plausible. That is plausible. Again, it's issue by issue dependent.
Yes! Yes! I knew it was possible!
Possible, yes.
Woo! Right there. I don't have to get it removed.
Yet. All right, real quick. Ricky also played professional football in 1902. Oh, that's a cool little tidbit there. I like that. Ricky Carter's going to go for big money. Doesn't come up for auction very often. I believe that, Rick. That makes sense. And he's got obviously a great legacy in baseball, so a very notable name in baseball, no doubt. Like that. I don't see Toronto losing the series. I do. Mathematically, it's much easier for them to lose the series than to win it. There you go. Paul's not pleased. Fair enough. I get it. I like it. At least that keeps it interesting. So there you go. So there you go. I have to make the distinction.
Outside of the arena yet. I figured they'd go right outside to the arena.
Yeah, the Maple Leaf Square? Absolutely.
Yeah, they didn't do it.
I'm surprised.
They must be going bananas.
In that spot, yes. In that spot. I've walked by that place plenty of times when I worked there. Let me see here.
I've been there.
Yeah. So, Paul, by the way, I'll talk to you more about it later. I'm going to try to figure out a price point on this. I wanted to just share this card because I enjoy them since they're for the right era. So this is the 05. That's the 05 Topps Finest Gold Refractor. Very shiny. I'm a fan. I like it. So I'm keeping an eye out on that one. I'm trying to decide if I want to make a play for it, but I like it. It's Favre. Shiny gold. I like it. Talked about the gold tonight, so hey. Mr. Bobbles, if you're good, give me a thumbs up. Mr. Bobbles, how are you this evening? In the darkness.
Good. How are you guys? I can brighten it up a little bit.
Bobbles, I just want to let you know there are some shady characters in the chat tonight, and some of them are very argumentative and derogatory. All right. There's one guy in particular that I've asked Carlos to ban and block.
Well, I've already banned somebody tonight. I try not Bubbles. Despite contrary to popular belief, I'm not super heavy on the ban hammer. I'm actually pretty light on the ban hammer these days. Now, sometimes we saw tonight. Sometimes I got to make exceptions. Sometimes I will not tolerate that.
I have learned from doing YouTube that you can just literally just ignore people. You don't have to like push any buttons.
No, you don't have.
You can just ignore them. And they think that you've banned, blocked, whatever.
Yeah.
And
but in that case, I left in that situation. I left no doubt. We wanted to make sure it was understood. It's like, no, that's a ban. That's you're out of here.
I hope he jumps in front of a train.
Yeah, that one.
I got my Panthers. I got my Panthers on tonight.
There you go.
That's the
different Panthers, but close enough.
I didn't have a Florida, but I wanted to support the Panthers.
There you go. I like it. So Paul says 100 to 300 probably. I think you're right. I'm monitoring it. I'm trying to make a decision, but I'm going to take my time on this one. I got a little time.
No, I'm sorry. I also saw someone, and I was a little bit busy a moment ago. It said that Ricky also played football, professional football.
That's right, professional football in 1902. So Carlisle said that.
Wow. See,
so pretty good athletic history for Branch Rickey, aside from his work as an executive, obviously. So like I think that makes him an interesting dude for that kind of situation. Like, obviously these guys have a little bit more back. Look, if you're into going down a rabbit hole, maybe this would be a good topic. And Bubbles, you can touch on this because it'll give me a chance to get a refill and get some thoughts from you as well. I like the idea of if you want to find a lane that isn't the beaten path. Something like, hey, maybe you get an interest in history. Maybe you're interested in learning more. You start down the Jackie Robinson rabbit hole. You go, oh, tell me more about this Branch Rickey guy. And you find out factoids like this. That's pretty cool. You don't need to have this gigantic collection of cards, but it could be a really cool like piece. And then you could, tell a little story. Hey, he played professional football. He played professional baseball. Then he became an executive, and he did this, and he's got all these accomplishments. That's pretty sweet.
Well, yeah, and that's 100% correct because like I have a pretty good amount on the Jackie Brown. I wish I had, some others and some, higher, nicer looking copies of Jackie, but funds aren't unlimited. And you speak of the history, just even specifically with him,
Yep.
most just know him as breaking the color barrier, but they don't realize, his history of going to UCLA and how many sports he played and how good he was even at other sports.
Mhm.
And, he went to a high profile college as, an African American and was accepted in there. And, so there's a lot of history when you dive in deeper than just the cardboard and checklists and all that stuff and actually look at the players. So, I actually, some of my favorite cards that I've picked up are like the Ali rookie or Jim Brown stuff, all of those guys that were more significant than just being an athlete. So,
Mm-hmm. Right on, right on. I like it. Very fair. Yep. No, not too bad, Paul. Not too bad. Ricky coached the Michigan Wolverines baseball before matching it at LMLB. Hockey United says, Carlos, any thoughts on the Summit baseball cards of the 1990s? I like them. Some of the parallels are actually really sweet. I like them. Big fan. Big fan. So I would say there's some.
You got 1 minute to go.
So tied at 2?
Tied at 2, minute to go.
All right, all right. Scrolling through here. Baz is trying to get cheeky. He's trying to get cheeky. He goes, Branch Rickey played football for the University of Guelph in 1902. They started in 1964, bro. Nice try. 1964. Trust me, I've seen enough of those shirts. I know. Established 1964. Trust me. I know.
Stooks there mentions UCLA programs. I'll tell you something that's also very reasonable.
Yeah, here you go.
Is and I don't know if this is what he's referring to as the programs, but the yearbooks, you can find UCLA yearbooks sometimes, and they'll have, obviously images of Jackie and all of the different sports and everything, and those are pre-professional, obviously, so those are pretty cool too.
Absolutely, absolutely.
If anyone's interested, I have a true story and true complaint about name. If anybody wants to hear a name rant.
All right, so you're promising a rant because rant is, remember, in this context, rant there's a high bar of rantage. Well, you cannot invoke the rant lightly, sir.
No, it's a rant. Oh, it is a rant.
Bubbles?
And it is a straight up truthful name rant.
Bubbles, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go refill my drink. I'm going to let Eric try this, but I'm going to let you in the chat be the judge. I might have to block Eric. I might have to censor Eric. We might have to take him down right here.
I will not do the rant unless I know that backstabbing SOB is still in the chat and he's not off cooking hot dogs for his kids.
Stuff.
Okay.
All right. So hold on. Before we go, let me finish going through the comments quickly. Baz says, Bubbles, recount your first story of this first cigarette and getting a Honus Wagner to pack. You think that was his first cigarette? Come on, rookie. I have a huge looking Branch Rickey card swinging in baseball in an actual game. I love the history of all sports. Fair. I like it. Cited junior college programs at Ohio. Jackie Robinson to them. Cool. Pasadena. There you go. Thank you, Stu. I'm amazed how cheap vintage game programs ticket stubs are at times. They are for now, yes. Fair enough, Carla. If anyone wants to hear a true story in the same sentence, dang. Eric, are you on the shores of Lake Superior? Because that's the only place to rant. Might be true. Before I go, Josh Packham. Good evening, Eric and gentlemen. Just checking on you as we wait overtime. P.S. Smash the like button. Thank you, Josh. All right.
I'd like to
go ahead.
Just real quick, I wanted to remind Eric that when the Panthers eliminated that other team, they did it in overtime.
That is facts. That's true.
One idiot to deal with at a time. Right now, I am focused on.
All right. Bubbles and chat, I am trusting your judgment. I will be back in moments. But before I do, I'm going to let Eric try this. And we might have to block him. We might have to ban him. We might have to super ban him. And then we might have to superimpose Photoshop obscene things on him. Like we might have to go full bore on this guy and deal with him. I'm
Just
putting it
chocolate
out there.
stick eating for 3 hours.
I am putting it out there. All these things are in play right now. Let's see what happens. God help us all. And again, I'm not a religious man, so that might not help you. Good luck.
Okay. Now, listen here. What I'm going to tell you is all true. All right? I know that sometimes I may exaggerate. What I'm going to tell you is completely true. And I also want to point out that if you've been watching the show over the last couple of weeks, I have been relatively nice. And I have been welcoming to him, this person, and I've said nice things. Okay? And I want you to know that it got me nowhere dealing with this individual. And I'm going to tell you what he did to me. So, as we know, this hot dog cooker, all right, somehow weaseled his way into Upper Deck and convinced them that he should help design hockey cards of past Indigenous players. Okay, fine. That's all well and good. I don't know why they would listen to him, but they did. Then he convinces them, hey, why don't you take my cards that I created and did everything for and take them around all of North America in a giant truck with my face on it and show everybody how great I am. Okay? And Upper Deck went, okay, let's do that. So there's this giant semi-tractor trailer truck, 18-wheeler, going around all of North America, right? Promoting Name and his greatness. Isn't he great? Isn't he wonderful? This is where he suckers me. Hey, Eric, guess what? My truck is coming to Boston on May 12th and 13th. And I go, really? All right. I guess that's something. He sends me a link from Upper Deck that says going to be in Boston on the 12th and 13th. It looked official to me. All right. It looked real. Now, this is where I should have known that there was an issue, because at no point in this official document that he sent me did it give a location or time. It just said Boston on the 12th and 13th.
There's multiple places in Boston?
That's it.
There's a Boston, Virginia.
So no times, no address.
You go to the turnpike and you end up there. What's the issue?
Okay. I'm like, all right. There's a couple of locations that an event may take place. So I say, fine, I'll go. And
it was in the hole in the ground, the literal ditch. That's where you go.
And pretend that this matters somehow. So first I go to the supermarket. All right. I buy 6 dozen eggs. 6 dozen. You know how much eggs cost nowadays?
Now, when you say 6 dozen eggs, did you mean turkey legs?
No.
Or turkey breasts? You've been confused in the supermarket before.
Eggs that I was going to throw at the truck.
You left with eggs, or you left with a large amount of meat?
6 dozen eggs to throw at his ugly face on the truck.
Wow.
Now, I got the eggs, wiped out my entire allowance.
Bobbles, he's look shaming. A man who looks like that is look shaming someone else.
Wipes out my whole allowance to spend on these stupid eggs. I got the eggs. I got them in my car. All right. I got the heat cranked so they'll go bad and stink. And I'm like, all right, it's time to go. I drive into Boston. I drive past the Boston Garden, nothing. I drive past Faneuil Hall, nothing. I drive by Government Center, nothing. I'm just driving around Boston with 6 dozen rotten eggs in the back of my car, looking for this stupid 18-wheeler. And guess what?
It was in Guelph?
No.
It would have been funny.
You go to I, instead of looking at what he sent me, actually went on the site and looked at the schedule. And guess what isn't on the schedule all of a sudden? Boston. They went to Buffalo instead. There is no Boston on the schedule. The son of a gun.
I've been saying there's no Boston for the longest time.
He sent me an altered schedule where he did some kind of computer magic and typed in Boston. Yeah, computer magic. He typed in Boston, tricked me into thinking that his truck was going to be in Boston for 2 days. Yes! Is that the overtime goal, or is that which goal is that? I need to know what's happening.
Pretty sure they're still in intermission.
I was gonna say it says third. It says end of third.
All right, that's the tying goal. All right, so I'm back. No, shut up. So listen. So this son of a gun has me driving around Boston today, looking at his schedule. All right, that's what he was doing the whole damn time. So I'm
deservedly so.
Boston. I got the 6 dozen rotten eggs. Right, wasted all this gas money. Come to find out, he used computer magic and sent me a altered schedule to make me look like a fool. Well, let me tell you
what I'm hearing.
That's what made you look like a fool?
Let me tell you something, Name. I don't need your help.
Do you know what I'm hearing, Eric? I'm hearing that you're not getting cookies for a long ass time because you just went and bought all the eggs in freaking Peabody, and now Mrs. Wade can't make you cookies because there's no eggs.
That was part.
By the way, Bobbles, just to be clear, you know what concerns me about this?
Factored that in.
You know what I'm factoring in? And what the most critical piece of this is, Bobbles? Look, number one, I keep hearing about this Boston, and I'm not completely convinced Boston exists. I'm just saying, I was in Massachusetts. I'm not completely convinced Boston exists. Because the tattoo parlor was in Peabody. To your point, the supermarket was in Peabody. How do I know that Massachusetts isn't just Peabody?
Listen.
It's Peabody and Salem. That's it. That's all there is.
Listen, if that backstab
maybe Worcestershire
tricks, there he is. Right?
Maybe.
See, look at him. All right, this is the kind of crap he pulls on me.
He's got this is a man with standards. This is a man with dignity. He goes, it is beneath me to deal with these peasants in Boston.
What am I going to do with 6 dozen rotten eggs?
Bathe them at this point, or try to make cookies and salvage it.
No.
You get enough sugar, maybe it might fix it.
I want to be compensated. He needs to send me a check, and none of that stupid plastic monopoly money. I want real money. He's paying for gas, he's paying for eggs, and he's paying for my time because I didn't go to work today. Well, I'm driving around Boston in circles looking for a stupid bus with his face on it.
I think Card Hobbyist is making the valid point here. I think to begin the discussion of compensation, first we need to confirm that you can in fact confirm for us how many eggs are in 6 dozen. If you want to be compensated, we need to know exactly how many eggs that is. 6 dozen is not going to cut it. Moving on. Orlando loves Eric's stories. At least someone does. So drove to Buffalo? No doubt. Cool story, Hansel. Thank you, sir. Paul says, remember that joke about the dumb blonde that lost $100 on the replay? Eric just lost $200 on it. Fair. Computer magique? Facts. It's the original line from The Matrix, but nobody knew that Boston is. There is no Boston. Wouldn't make sense. True. Eric would make a great villain in a Home Alone movie. True. Yes, he would. Yes, he would. All right, so we'll get this one. Hoggy 99. Bobbles, what's your revised sports card investing strategy? Give a lead sports card. Lead G off in the right path. We got one Jason Robertson. What else you got?
Well, I want to say I didn't know that I had an unrevised sports card investing strategy because I quite
So
honestly.
your strategy is stay the course. Stay the course.
My strategy is just try to have fun.
Wow.
I mean,
listen.
I know that sounds very boring.
But look, Bobbles. I got to be honest with you. I'm getting deeply concerned. Can I level with? Listen, can I just level with you, Eric, and the people in the chat? Just us. I'm getting deeply concerned about this narrative of having fun in the hobby. Listen,
I know.
I know. I have it on good authority. Neo made a video, and I think Neo's been captured. I think Neo is crying out for help. He's talking about Mary Kondo. Like, I'm worried, Bobbles. I am concerned. Like, he's talking about collecting. He's talking about having fun in the... Like, this ain't the Neo I know. Who's this dude? What's this? Explain.
I did listen to that video.
There's a lot of Mary Kondo in there, man. A lot of Mary Kondo. I'm worried. Not enough to be fair to Bubbles. Full disclosure, I'm worried, but I don't care enough to do anything about it. But I'm just saying I'm worried, just in general terms.
I'll put it this way on the term investment. I've kind of told my strategy is I get to enjoy my cards today, and my kids can enjoy them whenever I'm gone if they choose to, however they choose to. If they want to keep them, great. If they want to sell them, more power to them. That's my investment into it. I get to have fun today. They can have fun however they choose when I'm gone. If you sit here and try to play the nickels and dimes of cardboard, you're going to drive yourself crazy. So just, it's called a hobby for a reason. So I just leave it at that.
Sounds like crazy talk, but fair enough. Bob Jackson says, my card investments are simple. Mini vanilla, vanilla ice, and vanilla fudge cookies. I like the theme you're going with.
Ooh.
I like it.
I'd have to... vanilla fudge, I think, is going to be a bust. Milli Vanilli and vanilla ice might be all right.
I just want to say to my mommy that there's nothing wrong with me. I'm still your little cookie dough.
So many things wrong with you.
No, I am still.
I gotta mute this shit. Hold on. There are so many. Bobbles. The things wrong with this man. Where do I begin? Let me count the ways. Let me count the. I don't have enough beer for this, Bubbles. I just got more beer, and I don't have enough beer for this. I know this right now.
Unfortunately, we get tied into this situation by association because she just said we're all nuts.
Oh,
this is wait.
I'll come to that. For the record, I am in the 135th official numbered edition of this shit. I feel like I have already established my credit.
And no, Paul, not 975s. I listed a 913 D2 tonight.
But what I appreciate,
I did list one.
What I appreciate though is that he brought in the 975 series of Titleist drivers. I know that reference.
I actually do not know.
I don't think there's a 975K though.
Clubs.
I don't think there's a 975K though. There's 983K.
I just know the names, like Titleist, TaylorMade, Callaway. Like I just buy the names.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, Bobbles, when I had more time, and Carlos Senior and I basically would actually go golfing. We basically spent a bunch of time in Golf Town. We would just go there and go on the simulator and just play with the clubs because he's like, yeah, I just want to try them out.
I want to go. I've never been, but I would love to go to a Top Shot because I used to love going to driving ranges.
Sure.
Just smacking the hell out of golf balls. It's therapeutic. Like, especially if you're having a bad day, just go to a batting cage or go to a driving range and just smack the hell out of the balls for a while. Mm-hmm. And it just like releases energy that you didn't need in there. And it's very therapeutic. I want to go to Top Shot.
I go to the gun range.
Well, those work too, but
Eric, the problem
bullets
is,
aren't cheap.
The problem is that when you go to the gun range,
baseballs are a little more reasonable.
The problem is though here is that yes, you go to the gun range. I understand. Well, clearly it hasn't helped you because you're still struggling with rotten eggs and a lot of your other issues. But the other piece of the puzzle, you know what would help though? The problem is that you're bringing a gun to the gun range. You could leave the gun at home, incite others, and you could have the dual purpose of getting amazing cardio as you run and use evasive maneuvers to avoid getting shot several times. And think of the adrenaline and high heart rate you would have. Your cardio would be off the charts. Your hip would be loosened up because a lot of the running. You're going to need a lot of lateral movement, a lot of, because you can't run in a straight line, otherwise they'll shoot your ass down. So you gotta be evasive maneuvers, and it'll get you all warmed up for cyclocross in the off season.
I think I'd be
Boom.
good at it too, because I used to work at a driving range, and they'd have me out in the field collecting golf balls with a little bucket. And I used to have to run and dodge all the golf balls and then pick them up and put them in the bucket. So I think I'd be good at that.
I don't know what it is with random posts tonight. We're getting some weird stuff. But anyway, I already yanked that one too. So see, you got to see a couple tonight. So anyway, so real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. Got that one. Nilla wafers are bust. Fair enough.
Nilla wafers is a good one. Good prospect there, Dufex.
Like it. I thought vanilla fudge might be a bust, but they keep hanging on. All right. Yep. There's no 975K. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you acknowledging.
I didn't know that.
There were a lot.
I did list on 913.
No, but I'm just letting you know. Like, long story short, Titleist came out with a series of them that were numbered 975, and there were a bunch of different letters that went to the suffix of it. Like I said, I was at Golf Town trying a bunch of these golfs, so I actually remembered it from back in the day. It's like, I don't think there's a K.
There's pretty cool ones.
Look, I'll just say this. Part of the reason I'm still impressed when I watch like a legitimately good golfer do their thing. It is difficult to do because I've spent enough time in a golf course to know you could have everything grooved in, you're hitting shots, and then all of a sudden one thing goes off and you're like, oh my God, what the hell are we doing here? But I will say this: the technology today is off the charts. The things you can do, amazing.
No, Paul, I'm not shitting you. I listed one tonight.
I would spend so much money at that driving range. Facts. That's what I'm saying.
I hate you. I hate you so much. You people all think he's this super nice guy. I'm telling you, no, he's horrible.
Well, to be clear, I prefer like bad people. So if Name is a jerk to you, like that adds to the appeal. Name, get your ass to Fall Expo. Let's go. First beer's on me. Let's do it.
He's
let Upper Deck let you take your
abandon
truck.
Your children. Let's go.
Tell Upper Deck to let you take your truck.
I know. Absolutely.
And then it can go on the Canadian tour.
That's right. Maybe we could take the Eric fan club there for a minute. I know. People. You got time. November. Book it. If you got to go to National, do your thing. I understand. I get it. But if you're not going to National, screw National. Let's go. Fall Expo. Make it happen. If you care at all about the hockeys, you know where you got to be. Even Eric will be there, and he sucks.
When is the Fall Expo?
It's going to be in November. Probably mid-November-ish. Whatever the weekend is right around mid-November, that'll be probably the one. I don't know the exact date yet because we haven't finalized it, but I can almost guarantee you it'll be right in that mid-November range. That's usually when it is. Yeah, so whatever it says on the calendar, you look at, like last one was I think the 10th, 11th, 12th, something like that. So it's right in that range usually.
That would be, yeah. I doubt I would be able to make that. My daughter's 18th birthday is the 9th. And then my anniversary falls in mid-November. And then the missus' birthday is the 22nd. And then you got Thanksgiving. Yeah, I probably wouldn't make it. I got a lot going on in November.
Well, to be fair, with the thing with the missus, it's like all you got to do is promise her cracking shit, and that might be enough to tip the scales on that one. Because I'm sure we'll have plenty of it. So it looks like this year, November. If I was gonna guess, Bobbles, sight unseen, I feel like 9, 10, 11, 12 might be the weekend. If I was gonna guess.
Birthday is the 9th,
yeah.
and it's her 18th.
Now,
so.
if Menzie pushes it a week, that'd be 16, 17, 18, 19. Which would still fall in the mid-November range. So I don't know. I would guess one or the other. One of the two I just named off, that's the most likely. Eric fan club night. It's like trade night, but instead of cards, we trade digs at Eric. I know.
Does your family know how horrible you are?
Are you talking about Name or mine? Because mine like definitely does. Carlos Senior. Did I mention Carlos Senior?
Your family is well aware.
Very well versed. I'm just multi generations of assholery. Multi generations.
I'm just wondering if Name's family really knows what a horrible human being he is, or does he just save it for me?
I don't know. Maybe he's taking out frustrations.
You owe me gas money and egg money.
So how many eggs are in 6 dozen? How much egg money are we talking about? Throw it out there. You know, it's kind of important. It's critical. That's all I'm saying. But yes. Now real quick, since we mentioned it earlier tonight. I did grab the Z Folio that has the infamous atomic refractors from '97. So since we talked about it earlier tonight, I'm a big fan of those too. I mentioned that earlier tonight, but I figured I would grab them real quick just to show them. I keep a couple of sets in here that I was working on. So this, I'll share it in the bigger screen here in a second. But
that has Andrew Jones in it. I have that one.
Yep. So that's your '97 Bowman best cuts. But that is the atomic refractor that has the matrix. So I'll make the screen a little bigger here. Bear with me a second. There we go. Die cut and atomic refractor. Really cool. You got a whole set of those. So that's actually a complete set. I did finish the set. So you had Griffey on that first page. Got some more folks there. And that is actually a complete set. Big fan of those. Love that. So when you're talking atomic refractors, you're usually talking matrix pattern for that one period or the cracked ice. So that's what you're referring to when you talk about those. Those are the ones.
That's actually a pattern, surprisingly, that hasn't been recirculated back in.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
It's surprising they haven't done that.
Yep. So Lana says, his Carlos Senior doing? Pretty good, actually. We were out today. I was running around before the stream. My parents wanted to do some grocery shopping. So when it comes to grocery shopping, I said, okay, fine, let's do some grocery shopping. We'll all do it together. You guys got your list, get your list together. So Carlos Senior drove us around a little bit. And then I went with my mom to go grab all the stuff, grab my groceries, grab their groceries, bagged everything up, took care of it, loaded it all in the car. And we managed to take care of that. So we took care of a lot of the errands that needed to get done. So he's feeling a lot better these days. So he's still out and about. He loves to drive. So when he gets a chance to drive around a little bit, you don't have to ask him twice. And if we have errands to do, that's perfect for him. So I said, all right, guys, so then Friday, let's just do all the errands. No problem. Okay, sounds good. So doing pretty good today. We hung out for a bit, took care of some errands. Pretty good. Let's see here. Isn't that every Friday? I know. Is that a Griffey on the middle right? Yeah, I think on the first.
Yeah, that's the Griffey.
Yeah. Now he was asking also about the hulking. I think with these ones, there's a little bit. Let me take a look real quick. I haven't looked at them as closely. Let me scan them. Yeah, there's definitely a bunch of hulking for sure. Quite a bit actually, and it's unfortunate. It's unavoidable. What I'll do is let me grab one. I can kind of show you. See if I can grab one and show you here. I'll actually grab the Griffey just as an example here. See if I can get that one. There we go. Yeah, so there you go. So I don't know if you can make that out. Beautiful cards though. They really are. And like I said, it's got die cut, so even the best cuts on the side is also die cut. So you got the holes there on the one side. And they did try to remake this the other, and Jason Cards and Comics did reference that it definitely suffered from the reattempt. It's a shame because when they do them fully and properly, they're amazing looking cards.
I'm grabbing my Griffey box because I don't think I have the best cuts.
Yeah, those ones are good.
Which one I have?
Now, by the way, recommendation, folks, for folks that like the late 90s. I think it's called Sweet Strokes. Go look out for these. So Sweet Strokes.
Oh, those are,
gorgeous.
Those are sweet.
Yeah, and by the way,
no
not
pun
super
intended.
expensive.
Those are awesome.
Not super expensive. Fairly reasonable. Like not bad. You can definitely get these at a fair price. All things considered, and there's a lot of late 90s sluggers in these sets. So pick your favorite. It doesn't have to be Griffey. It can be one of the other guys. Frank Thomas and a lot of these other guys are in these sets. Amazing cards. Yes, absolutely. Great cards.
This is another one too. Where's it at? They remade this in this year's set, and I don't like it. The Ringleaders.
Yes, those are really good with the Dufex. Yes.
Yeah, well, they remade them this year, and they don't look nothing like this.
Nope. Now, the Dufex, they don't have an excuse because the Dufex technology and the companies that make it are still out there. All you'd have to do is hire them, and they can do the Dufex. Like it is doable.
Another awesome insert set.
Yeah, the linchpin is good because the problem is it's hard to see, but the die cut and the fact that they cut out all the linchpins, that's what makes those interesting.
And they have them across basketball and football as well. I don't think they have a hockey linchpin.
No, not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Has anybody figured out why the old refractor's green? It's something in the materials used. We're not 100% sure what it is specifically, but there's something in the way the tech was done that some of the early issues suffer from it, and at a certain point, it stopped being a problem. But it's something in the way they did it.
Oh, here it is.
Did any hologram cards begin to turn green after you got them? Absolutely. I once upon a time, I opened a box of 94 Bowman Best, which is a nice set. I really like the set. I actually opened it many years ago. Yep, those are good. Big fan of those.
That one and that one.
Oh, you got the international one too? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I didn't think mine had the die cut.
Nice. But the 94 Bowman Best box that I opened, all the cards were fine when I opened it. I actually threw them in a box and left them for a long time and came back to it years later, and a bunch of them had super greened. Super greened. Now, I think it's because, unfortunately, where I am, if it's summertime, if you don't have a dehumidifier going all the time, a lot of humidity. So I think it's the humidity that messed with it because it was in the dark. So it wasn't light that was the issue. I think it was humidity. But yeah, they definitely greened after I got them. They were not green when I took them out of the box. So unfortunately, for whatever reason, that 90s, early 90s period, mid 90s, like for some reason, there's a lot of issue with greening on those. Have a chipper sweet strokes, very nice. Ring leaders were a copy of the 97 Pacific ring bearers, fair enough. Yeah, bring back Dufex. Yeah, I think Dufex is Dufex of life, of course. But I know, like, Dufex is one of those technologies, like, it can work. You could do a set with some great Dufex today, and I think people would still appreciate it. They're beautiful cards.
We got an update.
What do you got?
Florida is on the power play.
All right, and we're in overtime now, right? All right. Have you seen the Topps power players of Griffey 2000? Probably. The Topps power players. That one ring a bell? Bones?
I might have one in here.
So it'll be early 2000s.
I actually need to send another batch in. I'm sitting here looking at these, and I'm like, I did all of I did that huge batch of Griffeys to CSG, and they're just with the clarity.
Well, like
really
earlier
nice.
tonight, Bubbles, Hockey 99 was asking about the grading thing. And I said, for the most part, I don't feel a compulsion or a need to grade a lot of cards. Not all of them in my collection, certainly, but a lot of them I don't need to. However, for a lot of my nicer pauvres, I would 100% send them to CSG and put them in the holders because they look good. Like, I think it would look awesome, a lot of them. And just to have it in the holder, that it showcases and displays it beautifully, like, I'm a big fan. So upgraded some Topps Finest to get some ungreen cards, but I guess they'll be green eventually. So far, unfortunately, that's what I've seen. I'm not going to condemn you to it, but I don't think we know exactly. There's a lot of theories. We just don't seem to know exactly why they green. But a lot of them just seem to do it anyway. So it's like, I don't know. We don't know the exact reason, but we know there's some kind of a reaction that happens. Some people thought it was the light thing, but that's the reason why I made mention that those Bowman Best, like, I literally had them in a box for years, and they were in darkness. The only thing that I think was a problem was humidity. The darkness! That's right. It's all about the darkness, Eric.
That is true.
I grabbed it because it showcases swing. Very true.
I don't know if I have any 2000s in here. I think this is all 90s. This is another nice set. The Power Zone.
Yes. Yeah.
They look really sweet too.
I think I actually bought a Joe Carter for that. One of the videos that I've got in my back pocket that I haven't gone around to is for a little while I was collecting Joe Carter cards, and I had quite a number of them that I accumulated over time. So I think about 300 and change. So at some point I want to do a little showcase video where I go into the Joe Carters. And he has a bunch of stuff from the 90s that's nice as well. Not as much as some like a Griffey or a Frank Thomas or some of the bigger names, but still some nice stuff. Still some nice stuff. So Paul
the
says,
one I just showed.
Yeah, the one you showed was the Power Zone, right?
It was the Power Plus, or Power Zone. Stadium Club 95.
Yep.
This one.
Yep. Well, the reason I was mentioning
look, the camera doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, the reason I was mentioning it is because so this is the one I grabbed in ComC. It's the exact same set.
Yeah.
They're beautiful cards, though. Like, they're really cool looking cards. They really are.
I think they have
Yep. So Bob Jackson, you'll see it here on the screen. The Joe Carter there. It's the same insert set. It's called Power Zone. 95 Stadium Club Power Zone.
I think they have members only of those two.
I think so.
I cannot remember.
By the way, you can get ones from that set. Like, seriously, you can get a lot of the players for well under $5. Like on ComC, the Barry Bonds is $5.20. Yeah, those ones they look cool. But like the Barry Bonds is $5.25 on ComC right now. You can buy it now and get it for $5.
He's somebody else that I have never showed, like the Bond stuff I have, but I have a good bit of his too. Oh, these are pretty sweet too.
Yes, the magnetic field. Those are amazing.
Fields, yeah.
For by the way, and also super cheap, cheap, very nice and super cheap.
Griffey was like maybe $12 or something at one point. I don't know what he's
run
at
for
now,
it, Bob. Run. look, dudes. When it comes, like seriously, guys, when it comes to this mid-late '90s stuff, there is so many hidden gems. You just got to go look. Go take a look. It's there, and I'll promise you, most of them are cheap. I guarantee it. Most of them are not expensive.
And that's like, I'll show you guys in a second. Well, this is a 2-row graded card box. That's overfilled, like that's filled, and then I still have all of these, and it's all Griffey in this box. But then I have probably twice as many of this that I haven't had slabbed.
Right.
So
okay, guys, I just got something that is that reminded me of something we discussed the other day that I think it's a perfect segue to. Are you ready? I'm gonna segue from Power Zone. So here we go. So first, I'm going to start out by showing this card. All right, so this is a Power Zone of Joe Carter that is signed, a signed Power Zone. See, Bob, the only thing better than a Power Zone is a signed Power Zone. And how about a signed Power Zone from Beckett Authentication? Segue time. By the way, I just thought it was cool looking. Just for the record, I thought it was cool looking. But this is pretty sweet, by the way. It's pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty sweet.
Sure.
I like it. But let's talk about Beckett Authentication here for just a second.
I'm just curious, Carlos, do you have any other cards that have been authenticated by Beckett?
It just so happens I do. Please
show us.
And for the record, I want to give credit to Hockey Barn on this one. This one's a Hockey Barn that he passed along to me. So I'm going to show the item first.
Not give Hockey Barn any credit. And
I am going to do it anyway, just because I can.
Him ever again.
I'm going to do it anyway, just because I can. All right. So here we go. Another Beckett grading service item. This is an autographed, I guess, index card, a cut, if you will. This is of Walt Disney. Okay. Now, in and of itself, all right, fair enough, whatever. Like, I'm not familiar with Walt Disney autographs.
Yeah, very nice.
I can't speak to it too much beyond that. That it is what it is. However, the thing that was brought up that I think is worthwhile mentioning, and I'll zoom in on it, and you guys see if you can see it. So let me see if I can. Here we go. All right, I'm going to zoom in here.
All right, show us.
I want you to look at the label and see. You're going to have to turn your. Unfortunately, I can't tilt it for you, but you're going to have to look. See what it says. Can you guys tell me what it is? And Hockey Barn brought it up, and it was a valid point. There's something very specific, and I'll give additional context here in a second. So I'm giving everybody a second. Cut. Walt Disney.
Yeah.
What's the next line say? If you guys take a second and read it, you'll see where the problem lies.
Best company in the world, right there.
Yep.
Time machine
Yep.
to
Yep.
Disney World.
Yep. Bob Jackson got it. Beckett witnessed, hey? That's right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Walt Disney died in 1966. That predates Beckett grading just by that much. Beckett grading started in the late 90s. Walt Disney was very dead.
What more do you people want? Stop doing business with this shit ass company. Okay? They are the worst. Do not give them another dime of your money.
Or, Eric, or the final price, including buyer's premium, was $7,728.09. That's
And-
on iconic auctions.
And did the person who purchased that even look at that label? I mean, just ridiculous. It's disgusting that they keep doing this over and over and over and over and over again, yet they're still deemed reputable. It's disgusting.
It's okay. They fired the CEO and hired you, so now everything will turn around. Hockey Argonaut says, Carlos, ever meet an Eddie Murray character? Not that I'm aware of. What a career, nobody cares. Yeah, he's one of those guys. Great career.
Well, he's another one that because he was a jerk, the fans didn't like him, and nobody wants to collect him because he was a jerk.
Apparently, Bobbles wasn't into this Eddie Murray slander.
No.
By the way, I didn't do that. He just disappeared. It is disproportionate value-wise PMG and credentials to other inserts. That's fair. That's fair, Paul. I'll ask this to Bobbles when he reappears. I don't know where he ventured off to. I got a Beckett authenticated card in the mail today.
Went to go get Walt Disney's autograph.
Yep, it's from Eric's BFF, Probstein.
Yeah, right.
So you just learned you've been called up to Major Leagues. It's your first at bat. What's your walk-up song? To give context, Chipper Jones' song is Crazy Train. Dang. All right, so which Kiss song are you picking?
Oh, I'm going Thunderstruck by AC/DC all day long.
Ooh, Thunderstruck by AC/DC.
Oh, absolutely. As soon as they call me, you just na, and it's just place goes crazy. Everyone's singing along, and I'm walking out like Charlie Sheen does. I'm not running. I'm not doing that sprint thing. I am walking slow out to that mound. So that place is about ready to get torn down.
There you go. Hey, Bobbles, what happened there? You literally slipped into the darkness. Literally.
Yeah, my my lovely Mac decided it was 10:30 and it wanted to restart for an update.
I love it. Fair enough. All right, so real quick, I'll ask you a question here, and then I'll follow up with Carlos' question. So this was Bobbles. What are your thoughts on the current state of tag grading? In the shortest, in the briefest high level. What is your thoughts?
Beckett.
Okay, I'm gonna answer a question with a question. Is there a state of tag grading?
They're better than Beckett.
Settle down. All right, second question. So you've gone up to the major leagues. It's your first at bat. What's your walk-up song? Yeah, so Eric went with Thunderstruck by AC/DC. I'm surprised he didn't pick a Kiss song, but fair enough. Thunderstruck's not a bad choice. I'll give mine if you want a second. I'll go with Parkway Drive. It's a song called The Void. It's got the right vibe that I would choose. That's just me.
Can I be a pitcher and instead of my walk-up song?
So this is your run out to the mound song. Sure.
Yeah, I want MC Hammer, Can't Touch This.
Look at you. All right, fair enough. I like it.
And Carlos completely lied. Carlos, tell them exactly what song you would come out to. Come on.
No, that's literally the song I would pick.
It's The Darkness.
No, I believe in a thing called love really doesn't fit here. It doesn't work.
But you would still pick it.
I appreciate the darkness and love the fact that Aaron Rodgers loves the darkness. But I really don't think that's a good walk-up song.
No, but you'd still pick
That's
it.
a terrible walk-up song.
And and everyone in the stadium would be like, "This is stupid," and you'd be like, "I'm messing with all of you people."
I don't mind messing with people, but it's like I actually want a good walk-up song that I would enjoy. Like, it doesn't work. Look, if we're gonna go by that, then you have to pick a Kiss song. Get on with it.
Beth.
All right, moving on.
That'd be an awesome walk-up song. Everybody would just be like, "What the hell's happening here?"
Basically. Eric heard Beckett. His head snapped around. His glasses went on. Facts. We actually, like I said, Hockey Barn passed that along, and I got a chance to show it to the guys. And the segue that we had, the fact that there was a Joe Carter that was Beckett authenticated was like, oh, this is perfect. The best segue I could have asked for. It's perfect. Beautiful. By the way, that Joe card is kind of cool. I kind of like it. I'm not going to
Those
lie.
cards are cool.
I love the insert, and I love the fact it's autographed. I kind of dig it. Not going to lie. James Beckett witness. Yeah, that was kind of the joke. That's kind of the joke I made. Yeah, it's. I don't think it's supposed to be Dr. Beckett. I think by that point, Dr. Beckett's supposed to be out of there. But I made the joke and said, "Well, Dr. Beckett's old enough. He could have met with Walt Disney."
He's the
Well,
one
you
that
have to understand,
asked
too.
him to sign it.
You have to understand, Walt Disney, you said, passed away in 66.
Yeah.
That was a fairly clean autograph. And usually when folks are signing up in their age range, it gets a little bit more shaky. So that was likely done a bit prior to 66.
Thursday. It was done Thursday.
Yeah, pretty much.
And they witnessed it at a show.
That's right. Every time a BGS slab is cracked, an angel gets his wings. Nice, 2 flicks of
Got
life.
that right.
Nice. Bobbles was there in 66 with James, Beckett, and Walt. He took the picture. What's the deal with Flair Showcase that doesn't have a row? I've definitely seen some weird variations. Again, I emphasize Flair Showcase. I don't have the expertise. I'm looking into it and trying to learn more about it, but I don't know too much about it yet. Bob Jackson said, Kiss, War Machine.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Paul chooses Slayer, Dead Skin Mask. Very on brand for you, Paul. Very on brand.
Yep.
I'll give you
Paul,
that.
Paul, you scare the hell out of me. I just want you to know that.
For the record, by the way, Bobbles, if I was going to choose separate from that, I just like Parkway Drive and I like that song. But if I was to choose another one that's interesting, I think it's Rob Zombie's band is White Zombie, right? There's a song I think called More Human Than Human, and there's a bit of it, the song that gets used in a lot of trailers. That would be a pretty cool walk-up song. I would like that one. That was a good one.
That was off his single. That
Yeah.
wasn't with White Zombie. That was off his single.
Was it just Rob Zombie then?
It's Rob Zombie.
It's More Human Than Human. More Human Than Human is the name of the song. Whatever it is More Human Than Human. That's the name of the song.
That is correct.
Yeah, but it's if you take that piece, I actually think that's really cool for walk-up song. It'd actually be really good. It's very high energy, so it works really nicely for that piece. You can Google it and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Panthers win? Have the Panthers advanced?
I just opened the app to see. I noticed the Oilers already had 2 goals.
Dang. Game Center. Update. I'm guessing from Eric's reaction that is the case, but Game Center's not updating. Faster. Update faster. Oh, final OT. Yes.
Man, and Toronto had like the advantage on every single category too.
Listen, they only put up 53 shots on net. They had to do better.
They had a 61.8 face-off percentage win. 0 for 2 on power play sucks. They had a significant advantage on hits, blocks, giveaways, and takeaways.
And the OT winner was Nick Cousins. Nick Cousins. Dang. Beckett Witness Authentication means that a representative from Beckett Authentication Services was there to witness the autograph being signed. Therefore guarantees it is 100% authentic. I want to know who was there in 1966. I demand answers. A special tamper evidence certification sticker is used to easily identify these items from Beckett Witness Certified, and the online database will reflect all pertinent information for verification. Black Box Hobby says, Possum Kingdom by the Toadies. I'm not familiar with that one, but interesting. I like it. To give Carlos an idea what the Kiss song that is, Taz uses a cover of ECW in his theme. Ah, that's not bad. That's good. Eric for Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline. There you go. Basketball One's Cool Hell. Wild Thing is intro song. Nice, Orlando. Josh says, boo. More Human is White Zombie. I thought so. I thought it was White Zombie. Anyway, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's More Human Than Human. That's the name of the song. Whatever it is, if you Google More Human Than Human, something zombie, that's the band or whatever. That's the song. That's what I'm referring to. The Google will tell you all. Leafs lose all over. Yes, indeed. Paul Pews of the other Paul's song. That's nice. Good. And, yep. Bobby Bro. Perfect. Bobby.
So
Bobby.
Eric,
Bobby, quick question. I want to get back to Eric here in a second. Bobby, just curious, do you want to come on and share any thoughts as a legitimate long-term Leaf fan? Yeah, I completely open. I'm no pressure, no pressure. But I just thought I would open it up to you if you wish. Thunderstruck was Joan Small's entrance song, also Bryce Harper and Noah Syndergaard. Okay, cool. Thunder Kiss My White Zombie is a cooler vibe, in my opinion. But okay, fair enough. You'd be familiar with Possum Kingdom, one of those random 90 one-hit wonders you don't know the name of the band some but recognize. Now I gotta look it up. I do love one-hit wonders from the 90s. Big fan. All right, cool. Yep, I'll send it over. No problem. I will send it over. No problem. We shall be graced, I believe, by the presence of the Burrell.
So now with your favorite hockey team being eliminated,
Eric, are you willing now? Wait, before we continue, just real quick. Not Mr. Gorbachev. People, history majors will know what I'm referring to. Mr. Wade, tear down that wall. Tear down that wall. It is time, Eric. It's time, Bougie Eric. Tear down your wall. That's right. This foolish charade is over. Restore the good name of Booby Orr. In the name of Booby Orr, tear down your wall.
do you have the Panthers as the favorites now?
Carolina.
Wow. It's a tough 16th place team. It is. It is.
I said before the playoff, towards the end of the regular season, people were always asking me about the Bruins and what my expectations were and all that. And I said, well, if someone else can knock out Carolina, the Bruins can go all the way. The only team that scares the hell out of me is the Carolina Hurricanes. And they were like, really? 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 I go, yeah. And they've proved it. And I think this next series between Florida and Carolina is going to be epic. I think it's going to be awesome because they're both very, very similar teams. I think it's going to be low scoring. I think it's going to be hard hitting. There's going to be a lot of fights. People are going to the hospital, and I think it's going to be a great series. That's going to probably go 7 games. But I still say Carolina is probably going to win the cup.
Wow. Strong.
And that's what I said with a month to go in the regular season, and I'm sticking with it.
All right. Fair enough.
So does this raise the level of Matty Tkachuk's respect level, or do you think that Florida would be in a similar position with Huberdeau still?
No.
I think Matty Tkachuk's game plays very well with this team. I really do.
They needed his edge. They needed his leadership, his nastiness, his, I'll do whatever it takes to win. That's he brought that with him. Calgary has been on the brink of greatness the last couple of years. I know people forget about them, and Calgary the last couple of years have really worked hard to try to get to be a playoff team, and it just didn't click for some reason. But it wasn't because of him. That's for damn sure.
So the Oak says, at least I see to see a Tkachuk go deep in the playoffs. Ooh, them's cut deep, Oaks. Them's cut deep. 357. Oilers Knights fight a lot. Fair.
Well, there was a nasty slash on Draisaitl that's probably invoked some of that.
And I absolutely can't stand Pacioretty, even though he's an American player. He's the one that Chara tried to kill when he was playing for the Canadians, and that all those pansy Montreal Canadiens.
Did Chara try to kill him because he refused to pay the fee to take a picture?
Yeah,
I think that's a good reason.
One of his $99.
Bobby, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
when Chara put Pacioretty into the stanchions, and all those pansy Canadian fans started calling 911 and asking the police department to go arrest Zdeno Chara.
You're on, Bobby. We can see you.
Pacioretty can go shit in the hat. So that just proves to you what a scumbag he is.
There you go. Let me read a couple of these, and I'll bring Bobby into the conversation real quick. Carlos, do you know much about Top Stack? A little bit. I remember a lot of the early Top Stack where you had a lot of parallels on parallels and parallels and parallels on parallels. It was a fun little product. It was weird. It was unique for its time period, but it was definitely different. I did like a lot of the designs of it, but it's going to be a hit or miss depending. If you're a player collector, it's miserable. The OG Top Stack for baseball, you had 198 copies of the same player. If your player was in it, you had 198. So 99 and then 99 diffractors, which were very tough to pull, borderline impossible.
Some didn't exist.
Yeah, so it was like miserable. You got this big old checklist of cards you're chasing, and some of them, like, you can't find them. It's ridiculous. Name is trying to suck up to Eric. Says, Eric was right about July 1st. He's probably right about the Carolina prediction, too. Dang. But it was a different team than last year.
Nice. Trying to suck me in so he can trick me again. I'm not falling for it.
More physical, forced mistake. Last year's Panthers were kind of like the Leafs this year, relying on skilled players. Calgary shit the bed by bringing Daryl Sutter back. That's why I didn't click there. Emma Zhang is Justin Bodie. Vice burner account. Sneaky. Connor Bedard to the Blackhawks? Question mark. I'm for it. Mostly because of Salt. And it amuses me. Eric was Pacioretty did it, not Pacioretty. But I'm pretty sure Pacioretty is in the Hurricanes this year. Anyone notice how when Luis Robert came to the league, he wasn't named or labeled a junior? But now he is. There you go. Perfect. Caught up. Mr. the Burrell, from your garage, knowledge. What's going on? Leafs get to the second round for the first time since 2004, and then not so much.
No, that was a horrible game. You know, the Leafs play so poorly. You know, you are a fan, but you really want to see them play better. I keep watching them, and they're just dumping the puck in. They can't even carry it over the blue line, which is very sad. The turnarounds, you know, you see the Panthers play so well, and then you watch the Leafs, and it was sad and pathetic. You know, how they ever, you know, I guess we have some great goal scorers, but unfortunately we're outscoring our opponents, and that's the only way we're really winning. Otherwise, we have no game. There's no passing. It's very poor passing, if anything. If they get a goal, it's usually a dig in from the net or a lucky tip. And I'm tired. I'm gonna start rooting for the Boston Bruins or something now.
Wow.
That'll
Bobby, from earlier in the stream, we're not even sure Boston exists. In fairness, like, to begin with, can we get confirmation? Like, we need some scholarship. We need some hashtag scholarship on this. I'm not convinced the state of Massachusetts is not composed entirely of Peabody, Salem, and Worcestershire. It might just be, that might be it. That might be the entire state.
Maybe.
And then just randomly Rhode Island with like one guy with a big hat.
That's it.
That might be all there is. That might be it.
The big hat lives in Tennessee now.
My God, Rhode Island doesn't even have the big hat.
They don't even have a team.
Wow. This is bad. This is real bad. Bobby, this ain't good.
Nope. No, it was pretty bad. Anyways, I was working out in the backyard all day, and it was just a hot freaking day. I was moving concrete borders all around.
Today felt like, you know, proper heat.
It whacked me. I was done. And actually, I'm now just getting my second wind, and then the Leafs took it out. Now I don't know what's going on.
So in that vein, Bobby, are you gonna make a visit to the CSC show this weekend?
No. It's Mother's Day and stuff like that.
Of course,
so,
yeah.
No, I do something. My mom's passed, but I mean, you know, we still do something with my sister and what have you. So
that's fair enough. I get it.
Well, see,
I was thinking about it, but it's you know, the expo was just so recent, and I really don't see anything showing up there for me. The show's it's a tough show for a vintage guy to even attend to. Although I did well last time, I don't anticipate doing well this time, so I'm just gonna pass. And then I got my wife, and she's going over to her son, and you know, stuff like that. So my weekend, I'm carless almost, you know.
Ironic in the garage.
I was actually going to ask you guys, you know, whether you know what's the Mother's Day thing in Canada. You guys have different Thanksgivings and all, you know, whatever. I didn't know is Mother's Day universal? Like
it's Sunday.
Yeah, I didn't. But like, if you go into Ireland, is Sunday Mother's Day? I don't.
Is there a 4th of July in Britain? Come on, Eric. Anyways,
but I don't know where I don't know when and where people celebrate days like Mother's Day, or even if other countries celebrate it.
Well, in fairness, to Eric's defense, Bobby, like they celebrate Mother's Day on the Sunday in Peabody. They celebrate it sometime in October in Salem, and then usually what happens is over in Worcestershire, it's Thursdays.
Something like that.
Yeah,
They're
on leap years.
in leap years only. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We have Father's Day too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like so it's one of those things where I was talking to Brad when we were doing the PSA Canada thing last night, and he's doing the round trip. Now he's gonna be the one. He's gonna be worn out by tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be amazing. But yeah, we were chatting about it in the end.
I did listen. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the end, I was like, what the hell? So I'll go and visit it. I did already. I was actually hanging out with my parents today anyway. So I said, all right, guys, for the weekend I'm busy. I'm gonna come over on Monday. We'll hang out. Because they need some help with some stuff anyway. It's like I'll come over. I'll help you out with whatever you need to do, and we'll have dinner. We'll hang out anyway. So it's perfect. Because I live just down the street from them anyway, so it's not like it's that hard to see them. So yeah, no, I'll come down and we'll hang out. And my mom's birthday is actually in a couple of weeks anyway. So it's one of the Mother's Day and her birthday are a couple of weeks apart usually. So it's like, all right, well, when is your birthday? We'll have cake and we'll sit there. We'll have dinner and everything.
Yeah, actually, the show's not far from me. It's just up Warden Avenue, which is just over here, and then it's just south of I think Steeles. So it's not really too bad. It's not deep Markham. It's actually right at the cusp of Scarborough to Markham. So it's not so bad. It's
a little out of my way, but at the same time, I was like, well, if I make a couple of days out of it, I'm gonna go today. I'm gonna go tomorrow, and then check in. I because it's in the hotel. I booked a room in the hotel, so I'll just
same hotel.
Yeah, it's in the same hotel. So I'll book a room there and then I'll hang out and then we'll see. Brad's gonna come in and I might just have a picture of Brad like on the ground like roadkill. By the time he gets there, like he's jetting it. It was hilarious when he was basically said, "It's like I'm going on Sunday." It's like, wait, so you're gonna hang out like today? Tomorrow. He's gonna be there in Montreal still, and then he's gonna go on the train and come down and then get to Union Station late night. And then jet over, and I was chatting with him, and I think he booked a room in the hotel as well. So he'll get over to the hotel like probably midnight-ish. I'm just guessing, somewhere in that time period. By that point, I might get a spatula and just peel him, just throw him into his room, help him out a little bit.
Yeah, I might go Sunday. I'll see if I got some.
That's basically what's going to be that's going to be the main day. If I can get there soon enough, I'll try to check it out on Saturday a little bit. But Sunday will be the day that I'll be there. I'll already be on site, so it'll be a little easier to check it out.
Yeah. So maybe I'll drop by and say hi and walk around, see what's there.
Yeah. I'm just looking forward to it because it's been so long since I've actually attended shows that are not the expo. So for me, it's like, I kind of like the novelty. It's like, you know what? What the hell?
It's a good show, though. It's not a small show. It's well done. It's usually in a nice room. So
yeah. So we'll give it a shot and we'll see how it goes. And I'll bring the camera, and if I can do a little bit of content with it, hey, a little bonus, why not? That's not a big deal.
Double down.
I'll bring a couple of bucks. It's not going to be a big budget. It's going to be small budget, but I'll bring a couple of bucks and at least hang around a little bit and look, and it'll give me a chance to look at a couple of the tables and see what's going on.
Yeah.
So real quick, I'll get caught up here on the chat. Bobby Leafs, absolutely Baz. No Boston, only Buffalo apparently. True. Mm-mm. Good game analysis by Bobby via Orlando. Thank you, Orlando. Is Eric still a Red Sox fan? Always and forever. Since Mookie Wilson.
I've been a Red Sox fan since 1986.
Since Mookie Wilson. I know the key to the Leafs curse. A fully Canadian roster. The only way they'll ever win, got to try something.
We could get defense. That would be Toronto's best thing. I've only been asking for it for 8-10 years. They keep on buying more forwards. It's like we're just outscoring our opponents. That's all.
The NHL won't return the glories until the Flames return to Atlanta. Carlisle holding that flame.
Agreed.
Wow. Literally, figuratively, and literally.
Agreed.
I'm wondering if Daryl Sittler is now the owner of the NBA's first three-pointer. We can only imagine. I'm willing to go with that camp. Josh, see, here's the thing. I want to be clear about this. Do I enjoy the Leafs losing? I do. I got to be honest. I kind of do. However, Josh is a legit Leaf fan. Bobby's a legit Leafs fan. You know what, Josh? I'm giving it to you. Daryl Sittler is the first NBA three-pointer. Book it. It's done. Carlisle, England observes the 4th of July. They call it Treason Day. Facts.
Good.
Well, Treason Day was, ironically, in New England area / not Boston because it's not a thing. In that area, Treason Day was known as the day that Eric pretended to be a Leafs fan.
Yeah.
And Treason Day lasted several days. It was more like a treason festival.
Yeah.
Boubior was very sad.
Yeah.
Boubior wept. He spun around in his grave, and he's not even dead. That's how bad it was.
He's not dead yet, but anyways, yeah.
It's not bad it is. What's worse, the Bruins enter the season 0, the 2010 Bruins versus Flyer series. Ooh, it's a question for you.
Personally, the Flyers series just absolutely killed me. We were up 3-0. They brought it to a game 7. We were up 3-0 in game 7, and we ended up losing. I will never forget that Flyers series for as long as I live.
Have you considered the possibility that what might be holding the Bruins back is that they are not the Peabody Bruins as God intended?
Listen, I have written several letters.
You should. Let's get this right. We should move his head to the light so that it seems like he has a great idea. Ding. There. Looks like a sensitive group. Justin, no one's more sensitive than you. Treason Festivus, sponsored by Eric. I like it. Bobby appears to be really bougie. He parks his car in his office. Here in his garage. He has knowledge. Do I have to explain the knowledge thing again, Josh? The knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, the man does not understand the knowledge. Dang. See what happens, Bobby? The Leafs lose, and the Leafs fans turn on their own.
Oh yeah.
Dang. All right. This sounds like Toronto sports. This is the Toronto sports radio that I know.
All the fans walking home from Maple Leaf Square must be really fun. Right
Oh
now.
yes.
Oh,
Bobby, can I ask you a serious question? Serious question. I know. Unusual, not on brand, but just serious question for a second. The Maple Leaf Square thing is all cute and all, but at the same time, even in my youth, so to speak, I don't really like hanging out in just this big space where I'm just hanging out. Like, no, I want to watch in the bar. Like, I can be watching with friends and stuff, but like, no, let's watch in the bar in front of the TVs and whatever. I don't want to stand around with a bunch of idiots being like, hey, we're on TV. I don't care.
What it is.
I don't care.
That's what it's all about, really.
Yeah. But then you're a complete
and...
idiot when you lose, and now you're standing around this big old crowd of people that has to disperse, and it takes this longest time. It's like, all right, we're kind of just we'll get out of here eventually.
And you're out there for say 4 hours. What happens if you need to make your bladder gladder?
Oh, I'm sure they have that all set up down there.
Yeah, but regardless, like in all honesty, like I know exactly where that spot is. Like when I worked there, I went off Union Station. And I had to go by there all the time for one of the offices that I worked at all the time. So like, I know exactly where it is. Like, it's a decent sized spot. They did it when the Raptors won the NBA finals. They had that. It was the Jurassic Park at that time. It's the exact same thing. The Leaf Square Jurassic Park for the Raptors. It's the exact same place. It's the same spot right beside the ACC. Well, now the Scotiabank, right? But it's the same spot right beside. They're watching it on a big screen. I get it. I'm sure the communal thing is all fine and dandy, but it's like, come on. Like, sorry, it's kind of a pain in the ass. No, man, I want to watch it in the bar, maybe hanging out with some friends or something. We're all having drinks and food and whatever, and we're watching the game. If you want to do the communal thing, that's where I do it. Not in this thing. I don't know. That's just me. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I've never been down there for any game or anything like that, so I can't really say, nor would I ever anyways, but I'm just saying. I think it's more for the younger crowd.
See, this is where Josh is not getting it. Here in the garage.
There it is.
Knowledge.
One day, hey, I got a 649 ticket. Maybe I'll have that Lamborghini. I'm going to go Lambo.
Still a chance, man. Still a chance. But yes. That's fair. Do you think, obviously, I'm going to look forward to later. I'm going to look forward to looking at what the, I'm going to look forward to going to listen to the replay of the sports radio. The post game is going to be off the charts. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be sensational.
Since you guys are in the Toronto area, can you guys like
in the greater Toronto area? Some would suggest.
Can you turn on your TVs like your ESPN or whatever and get a live look at the crowd and see if they're burning the city?
No. Well, here's the thing. If I see shots of burning the city, that's Vancouver.
Usually.
I understand, but I'm curious of whether or not, they're showing people's reactions outside, and if it's if they're flipping cars and setting things
No.
on fire.
Let me repeat myself. If we see that, it's Vancouver.
I'm well aware.
No, in Toronto, it's like annoyed, pouting indifference.
They're used to it.
Yeah, like literally, no, but Vancouver will like take up the mantle and burn the city down.
yes.
It doesn't matter that the team's not in it. That's not the point.
And I
That's not the
remember
point.
I remember pointing and laughing.
Yeah, but the point is Vancouver. Vancouver is what does it for us. Vancouver is basically the what's it called?
California of Canada.
Sort of, but no. What I'm referring to is the you know those rooms where you like smash TVs and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm referring to? It's like
Yes.
what's the name of the damn thing? It's like it's the damn it.
It's like a frustration room.
A
Or
wreck-
No, but there's literally a term. But there's a term for it, like a very simple term. Like I don't remember what the name is. But anyway, Vancouver's that.
Yeah.
Like whatever the situation is, if something happens in hockey, we're burning the city down. Our team's not even in it. Burning the city down. We don't need to do it. Greater Toronto area, our place is left alone. Vancouver, turning over cars, burning the city down. They'll take care of it for us.
They're supposed to be making a 30 for 30 about that. ESPN.
Not panic room. There's a different thing. It's like I want to say breaking room. But no, there's a term. There's an
Yeah, I
actual
know the
term. Like you can literally go. What's the stupid thing called? That annoys me now. I know it's just
A
something-
Wrecking room?
Rage room.
Is it a rage room? Something like that. The point is like they got it where you smash TVs, you can smash like different stuff. They'll put it in there. They'll give you bats. They'll give you different stuff, and you can just destroy it in this room. And you got goggles, and you can put a whole
Yeah.
thing.
I'm sure people have gotten hurt.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt.
I'm sure there's a big form you have to sign at the bottom there.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's a green screen. It is garage.
I think
Torontonians
it'd
won't
be
burn the
full
city. They
tonight.
will not.
If it was down at Maple Leaf Square, it would be full. Buy a ticket for the Wrecking Room.
Vancouver is not too far from Portland. So it surprised me. Yep. Ottawa clears the crosswalk to let the cars by before they go back to the streets to celebrate. Fair. Fair, Oaks. Fair. Valid. Question for you, Bobby. Obviously, you know, we knew when they went down 3-0, like realistically, we knew that it was just a matter of when. That was kind of the question. The question was like, all right, how long are you going to drag this out for? That's really the question.
Well, I actually called it. I said, okay, what's going to happen is, they'll win one game and they'll come back, and then they'll just lose the next one because they love hope. Hope is such a glorious thing, such a horrible thing at the same time. So I kind of predicted what was going to happen. And, to go 3 games for the Leafs, and if you really watch how they play, it's a surprise they even made it to the second round. So
Now, so here's the question that I posed to you, and the question I posed to the panel, and a question I posed to the chat. So I've got the updated status of where we are. So let's quickly share where we stand today. So here it is. So right now, the Stanley Cup playoffs, as we stand today, our Eastern Conference is determined. We've got in the Eastern Conference final here, we've got the Florida Panthers, Orlando's Florida Panthers, Michael Ham's Florida Panthers, taking on the Carolina Hurricanes. I'm sure the ratings will be off the charts. Yikes.
those tickets are going to sell.
Oh, fly. Okay, so the East is figured out. We've got the East figured out. The West, we've still got a little work to do. We still got to figure out where we're at.
Dallas is really coming back.
Yeah, Dallas right now is in position A. Take care of business. Obviously, you still got to win one more. At the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do. Seattle is still there, but we'll see what happens there. And then right now, Edmonton and Vegas are tied at 2. So right now, and we're playing obviously the next game here. We're playing game 5. All right. So right now we're down to a field of 6. So we got 6 options here. What are we feeling? What are we thinking now?
Still want Edmonton to go.
Sure.
I just want to see McDavid get a cup.
It's still in play. Like right now, like obviously they're playing tonight, so there's still a chance. Obviously they're in position. They need to win 2 games, but they're still.
I've always liked
still...
Vegas, so in more ways than one.
Yeah, Bobby, no doubt. But look, we got Vegas, we got Edmonton, we got Dallas, we got Seattle, we got Florida, we got Carolina. 1 in 6 chance. These are the 6 teams that are left. Somebody's got to win this thing. So who wins?
It'd be amazing if it was the Kraken. Whew.
That'd be huge. That'd be huge for an expansion franchise.
They haven't won a cup since what, 1923 or something.
If we want to go to that, sure. So basically, you've got that. So right now, this is where we're sitting at. So Bobbles is going to throw a lot of bad juju. He's like, Space Needle, go down.
Yeah.
He's gonna be doing a lot of Photoshop work, taking down the Space Needle. So Eric, seriousness aside, out of what's left, what are you feeling? What are you seeing here? You said you're sticking with Carolina.
I think Carolina's gonna win the Stanley Cup. I've
All
said
right.
that. I've said that for a month.
So you're going third team in a row that's playing Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I said before the play. I've already said this tonight.
Do
Before the
you
playoffs,
have enough Carolina gear to make this happen?
I own nothing because I hate them.
Fanatics.com, Fanatics Overlord. Yeah. See, I'm doing your work for you. Fanatics.com.
Mm-hmm.
Use the code bougie.
Maybe I'll just get some
for 0% off.
Because it's really the Hartford Whalers, so maybe I'll just get some Whalers stuff.
There you go.
New England Whalers.
Rough Final Four in terms of markets as a reach. Facts. I'm sure Gary is happy about these came out. So Oak says, got to make sure those potential growth markets go deep. Already made all the money you can from traditional markets. There you go. I love some of the cynicism of Oaks. Appreciate you.
Will Florida play Carolina tougher because the Hurricanes would have made more sense to be the Florida team?
Yeah.
They're like, you stole our nickname.
Yeah, you bastards. We got stuck as a Panther.
Yeah. What does that have to do with hockey? Nothing.
You know that there are Panthers in Florida, right?
Yeah, but
there's hurricanes too.
There's anacondas. There's crocodiles.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going down there, Eric.
There's no anacondas that they've ever found, but there are thousands and thousands of pythons.
And we got gators. So I'm still feeling the lack of gators is really not representing that properly.
Well, the
crocodiles or
Gators
alligators?
college team for Florida.
And by the way, for the record, the Florida Panthers. What was the traditional thing with the Florida Panthers like? What was the hat trick thing? Weren't they the rats?
No, you're right, the plastic rats. Because in their first season, I believe it was Scott Mellenby. I think I could be wrong. That killed a rat with his hockey stick in the locker room. And so that first season, they went to the Stanley Cup Finals, and every time they scored a goal in the playoffs, these plastic rats would just rain down, and they'd have to stop.
So they had plastic rats for the Florida Panthers. It's not even a panther. Why can't it be the Florida Rats?
Well, they could have changed the name, but
this is
they already had the merchandise. It would have cost a lot of money.
So, Bobby, we know what your preference is. So, we know what your hope is, but are you thinking, like right now, Edmonton's got as good a shot as anybody. Like any of these 6 teams, all have a shot right now, legitimately. So the question is like, who can actually traverse what remains?
Edmonton will not win.
It's really funny. Edmonton's almost like Toronto. They have a team that have a lot of great players, but they don't play well as a team. With Nugent Hopkins and Draisaitl and McDavid, that's a crazy group of players there. And I think it's like Marner and Matthews. We have the players, but we just don't have the team. Mm-hmm. If you watch the Leafs game, any little bit of it, it was very interesting to see how they could barely get it out of their end to pass it up through. And it's all these long distance passes. And then once they get it, then they dump it in for a 50-50, less than 50-50 shot at getting it back there. They couldn't even bring the puck over and make a play. That's how bad the Leafs are in that sense. Yet they still kind of won. It's like surprising, but shit happens, right?
So Bobbles, can you push yourself to making a public pick, or are you kind of like, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to jinx this. I don't want to do it.
Do it.
That's kind of my mentality. And
I could see it. I could see it in your eyes, Bobbles. I could see it.
Even to CC's question. So, asking, do I want my team to win, or am I cheering for Seattle? Obviously, I want my team to win, but I've said it's been fun playing the Kraken, and I'm not taking anything away from them. They played an amazing series against the Avalanche, and they played us strong as hell. So I don't want to get too confident, but I always will want my team to win, and then suffer the consequences if she's been a good sport about it. But either way, one of us has to lose, and I wanted our teams to play each other. So um, I just don't want to go out and say, yeah, Dallas is winning, whatever, because then you get too confident and then you set yourself up for defeat and let down. And I would rather just enjoy the ride and whatever happens, happens.
So if you think you say something is going to play with
Bobbles, so Bobby, Bobbles is still very much in the superstitious side of the hockey fandom at this stage. I explained, I was actually having a chat with him the other night when we were talking about it. I said, I am in a position where now, having followed Dallas since the 90s, I have worn a jersey a game that won, worn a jersey the game that lost. Like, I've gone through the whole gamut of every combination of all the things. So at this point, I'll do whatever the hell I want. Let's go, Dallas. Burn the Space Needle to the ground. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
it
I've
went
already,
because
I was there. I watched when they won the cup. I watched when they lost the cup. Like, I've literally seen both. I've seen two finals losses, a win. I've seen triple overtime, double overtime to end a Stanley Cup final. I've seen all that shit, both versions of that, back to back. So, all right.
I'm also
whatever
being
happens, happens. Let's go.
realistic. Do I want them to win? Yes. Am I going to sit here and say Dallas is winning this shit? No.
I don't
Because
think
I'll tell you
anybody's a
there's
guarantee. The point is the way the draw
Yeah.
is. Nobody is a lock. I think this is a fascinating draw. The way this has turned out, I think this is a fascinating draw because I cannot definitively say that anybody should be favored in this remaining draw because anything can happen with this combination of teams right now.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is, if you're not just a hockey fan, that's compelling. There's no like obvious, oh yeah, for sure this team's winning. I don't know. I can make a pitch for all 6 teams.
I think Panthers, well, prior to this, the Panthers did have the leg up.
Sure.
They certainly outpassed the hell out of everybody. So,
And they were the President's Trophy team last year, so it's not like they were a garbage team coming into it. So they've got some talent already. So whatever happens, like that would not shock me to see the Panthers come out of these. It would not shock me to see Carolina come out of these. And out of the West, all 4 teams have a legitimate stake and claim in this year's Western side.
I think so. For the West, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I could see every combination here remaining is plausible to me.
Yep.
One thing.
Go ahead, Bobbles.
Sorry, just real quick. One thing on the Seattle thing, watching them play, even against Avalanche and now against Dallas, obviously, they are a team that can be down 4 freaking goals, and they don't hang it up. You can see that team. They're down and they play as if it's 0-0 and they fight, and they're scary because you think, oh, you're up 4-0, and next thing you know, they've turned it into 4-3, and you don't know where in the hell it even came from. So they're a team that what I've noticed is they're never out of a game.
I agree with that. That's why I say, like, look, even if you're more of a casual hockey fan, I think the fact, if you don't have a rooting interest, that actually makes this more interesting to you. Because it's like, well, all right, if you're not concerned about this one way or the other, all right, may the best team win. Just show me some good series, show me some good games, show me some good hockey. This is great. Do what you're going to do.
It is good hockey, though.
Yeah, do what you're going to do. Carlos says, which is the more expensive, signing Ohtani's next contract or purchasing any car from Dean's Cards? Dean's Cards. Dean's Cards is very expensive. Found one this week from Dean's and couldn't justify giving the money to pass. Fair enough. Federer Anderson win a cup? Question mark. Who knows, man? Who knows? Bros and Gabe seem like any valid card price multiplied by 2 or 3. Yeah, they're very high. Panthers, Kraken, and Knights have never won a cup. Yeah, we went over to the kind of the breakdown of it. Look, out of what remains on the East, Carolina didn't win. Again, I got to double check the specific year. I want to say 02. I want to say it's been more than 20 years. So they had that one Stanley Cup, and it was in the early 2000s. Whatever it was in the early 2000s. Panthers have obviously never won. And then over in the West, Kraken haven't won. They're an expansion team. Vegas hasn't won. They're an expansion team. Dallas was 99, and the Panthers was 19, and the Oilers was 1990. so it's been a while for almost everybody.
I think the most interesting part is that you have Vegas and the Kraken, and here's two expansion teams that we've never seen really before, because expansion teams usually suck because they have to build a team, but they both come in and here they are in the playoffs. Same thing with Vegas. First year they went to the semis, right? It's really kind of surprising. So if the Kraken
Is
win,
that a testament to the way that hockey has formed when they do an expansion team and the way the expansion draft or whatever is? Because they were talking about
They changed
Kraken.
it. They changed
Yeah.
the format for Vegas. Vegas was the first time the expansion teams were previously garbage out of the gate
oh yeah,
because
always.
they would give them nothing. And
Yeah, they were
with
talking about Seattle, and even though they're a young team,
yes,
they have a ton of playoff and like even Stanley Cup experience on the team itself. So
Yeah.
they started that with Vegas. With Vegas, they formatted the expansion draft in such a way that they allowed teams to protect X number of players, et cetera, which meant that viable, good players were suddenly available in a dispersal draft. You could get quality veterans, experienced players who had pedigree and caliber and quality for nothing. You could just select the name and be done with it. So the teams had to make a choice. The teams had to be like, all right, there's some good players we're not going to be able to protect in this draft, and we're not going to be able to exclude from it. So we got to make careful decisions. So Vegas, that's why I use the example of Marc-Andre Fleury. Marc-Andre Fleury had won 3 Stanley Cups already.
Oh yeah.
He was an established goaltender, and Vegas got him for free in a dispersal draft. All they had to do was say, yeah, we'll take Fleury.
Yeah.
And they went and grabbed some other quality player. So you got to start off with solid goaltending, and then you got to build out from there, get some good defense, get some guys, and you just sat there and like, oh, well, this combination of players worked. Actually, it worked pretty well. It almost worked all the way to the finals.
He had like a career year and won the Vezina.
Yeah. So like the reality was they were able to build a legitimate quality team right out of the block. So in Vegas, a market that had no history, you suddenly had a legit team out of the block with good players and a core, and it's up to you now. It's up to you to keep the team being viable from here on in because we gave you the best head start we could have given you. Seattle did not get quite as good as head start, but still very good compared to the past.
And sometimes it's just happenstance that you don't have to have a lot of superstars on your team. Sometimes just a team put together and a bunch of players who play well together, it just makes it happen. So, and I think that's with the Kraken and Vegas too, even though they had a few good players. Look at the Panthers, really. They don't have a stellar team, other than Kachuk and a couple other. Who do they got? But they pass like they're brothers. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. And they got a 2-time Vezina Trophy winner in the net.
Bobrovsky.
So speaking on goaltending, I dropped this question in the Discord last night with Carlos and Wes.
Yeah.
I'll ask Bobby and Eric in the chat here. You have Grubauer, who's played very well in the playoffs, but he's looked off his game the last 2 games. You're going into an elimination game. Do you stick with Grubauer coming out of 2 bad games and hope that the crowd can pump him up and push him through? Or do you toss Martin Jones in, who really hasn't played in the playoffs, and have him play his first playoff game, or maybe not in his career, but of the season, as an elimination game? Which route would you go?
I'd stick the new guy in and give what's his name a break, and then you can come back in case there's another game. Just saying.
No, I think I'd stick. If the other kid, I mean, I don't know the situation that well, but and if the other kid hasn't played yet at all.
He came in not the last game, but the game before they pulled Grubauer and he came in. I shouldn't say he's a kid or young. He just hasn't been playing this playoff year. They've been riding Grubauer. Let me see if he's got any playoff experience.
I think it's sort of like the Leafs. We had Samsonov, who was really playing great, and then they put this guy Wall in. And Wall is actually an amazing goaltender. He really stuck it out for the last couple games, and they threw him in again.
Jones actually has played 63 career playoff games. So he's not like a rookie, or he's 33 years old. He's a vet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
then yeah, I'd be comfortable with switching it up. I
yep.
mean, he's got the age, he's got the experience. Um, you know, it also is like, is there injuries that only the team knows about? I mean, obviously in Boston, we, Allmark should not have even been playing. Um, yeah, he had this incredible season. He's going to win the Vezina. You're hurt. It doesn't matter. Put Swayman in. You can't move. I mean, it was ridiculous that they tried to play an injured goalie. So if Gruber's got some kind of injury, then they definitely should rest him and put the other guy in.
What's interesting too is Jones actually started 42 games during the regular season and had a 27-13 record during the regular season. So he actually, I mean, they kind of split, but he had a pretty good regular season record too. So
Yeah,
I think these are all some very valid and well thought out points. And as I mentioned to Bobbles previously, they're all wrong. The obvious move is to go on pulling the goalie for the first 20 minutes of the next game and just play that way. I think that's what they should do. I'm not saying that as a Dallas fan. I'm just saying the obvious strategy is to pull the goalie for 20 straight minutes and let God take the wheel.
Yeah. Well, they've been doing that. They're getting closer and closer to that, Carlos. So.
But I think that's what we should do. False sense of security, throw everybody off right at the beginning of the game, pull the goaltender right from the start. 20 straight minutes of six players.
I'm surprised that that's what you would choose, because I would think because I'm Carlos Lore, you would, to solve this issue, you would put both goalies into Thunderdome, and the one that walked out gets the start.
How do you think we ended up in a situation where we decided that we were not going to use the goaltender because we don't have a choice? We can still arrive at this destination no matter what.
Because they're both dead, or they're fighting in the first.
They fought in cyclocross, Eric.
Okay.
Proper cyclocross, real cyclocross, not the wussy garbage you talk about.
Right.
Real cyclocross where 2 men enter and 1 man leaves, or neither man leaves, because if the second one, the winner, doesn't perform well enough, then we shoot him in the head.
Perfect.
Problem solved.
I just want to make another quick point.
And still better than the Golden Touch.
And still better than the Golden Touch.
Suck it, Kenny.
Yes.
I had to do it.
I honestly don't think the Oilers are going to make it out of this round. I think their goaltending is so bad.
It really is. It's bad. Yeah.
Last year it was horrible, and I remember watching them last year going, I hope that they bring in somebody, because if they get a decent goaltender, I think they're a given. But
they need another first round draft pick. That's the problem.
There's got to be a good goaltender out there that's a free agent. There has to be. I don't want some rookie, draft pick. I want somebody like Marc-Andre Fleury, or somebody who's becomes available and wants to win a championship, and will go and is willing to go all the way up to Edmonton to get one.
Well, we went through a lot of goalies, the Leafs, and the problem is really our defense. So you're not really giving a goalie a really good opportunity to show himself if you had poor defense. So I think we went through a lot of goalies, but this guy Wall is really he's like a wall.
Yeah, he's good, but
he was really good.
But watching last year's Edmonton playoffs and this year's, their goalies just are no good.
Yeah,
Swiss cheese, and they have to get if they want to win, next season, because they're not winning this year. So next season they better bring in a star goalie, or else McDavid's never going to get a cup in Edmonton. They'll have to go elsewhere.
Well, they have a lot of star players who can score goals, so they might do like the Leafs and outscore their opponents.
Yeah.
Well, I think the key is that you can do that in the regular season. It's a conversation that I had with Bobbles about his guy J-Rob, and I like J-Rob too. But it's one of those things where in the playoffs you're going to have to learn how to adjust your game a little bit, and that doesn't mean it's a bad player. In the regular season, you're going to have a certain amount of room and a certain amount of latitude that they're not going to give you in the playoffs. So you're looking. That's the reason why in the playoffs. Why, when we talked about that Leafs game and how it ended. If I go to the Florida Panthers depth chart, I'll find the name again just because I forgot it already. But if I go to the depth chart and all right, someone's going to score the winning goal in overtime, and I'm just going to the box score real quick, and it was Nick Cousins. Who's picking Nick Cousins? However, in the NHL playoffs, overtime, it's some rando all the time. It's not like the obvious, oh yeah, this is the leading scorer. No, it's some rando most of the time, because that's the way the playoffs go. The stars get harassed. They get drawn into a box. Now, some of them can work past that and still find opportunities and still make things happen. But it's hard because in the playoffs, other teams will key in on, all right, you're the player who's the best offensive player. We're going to make your life miserable. That's our job. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah. Well, the Panthers goalie was amazing because Leafs had 55 shots on goal.
It was it was in the 50s for sure.
Just wow. And we got 2 goals.
Yeah, no, for sure. But like playoff hockey is traditionally like that. Like over years, it's a lot of times in the critical games, it's the unsung person. It's the one who normally is in the regular season. They're really not a factor. But in the playoffs, they're exactly the player that you're going to find in those situations. They're going to find some room, get a shot off. Stuff happens. You put it on net. You never know. That's where opportunities happen.
Yeah, you say that, and that's something that is omitted a lot in the NHL. Is like when they flick the puck in, like just on a line change or something. I don't know why they don't do a bouncing pass to the goalie.
Yes, sure.
Because
just put it on net.
You know how many and it's hard for them to handle sometimes.
Yep.
You never know, but they're just dumping it in the corner, racing to the corner, tiring themselves out, freaking getting hit, and then this is what happened at the very end. It was a 3-on-2 for the Leafs. Then 3 of the Leafs get screwed. Then it's a 3-on-2 back the other way, and it was just like dang, tick tack, thank you, bye.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a conversation we have on the Discord. Bobbles has been privy to this quite a bit. As I said, look, Dallas, for example. They're a team with a lot of skilled players. They've got a lot of skilled players who have a lot of talent and can do a lot of things. But sometimes they'll get a little too pretty. They'll just kind of pass.
That's the Leafs.
And I'm like, dude, just shoot. Just put it on net. Because guess what? If a rebound happens and one of you is nearby, boom, done. Like all you got to do is put it on net.
They were really good at that during the regular season. And in the playoffs, as you alluded to, the teams have shifted. You can see it. The defense of the other teams and the pressure of the other teams and playoff intensity has, I guess I would say, exposed some flaws in the Stars game because they're not like one of the biggest reasons and problems that you can see them have is controlling the puck. They're turning it over way too much and not getting opportunities to have decent shots. So you can clearly see it.
It's not easy when you suddenly don't have time and space. In the regular season, you got all this space. You can do all these cute things and like have a little fun. Do like the back pass, the drop pass, all that. Again, full disclosure. At this stage in the game, I'm a hockey casual. But guess what? If I can see that shit, you're telling me the coaches and the other teams can't coach up their guy. Again, as a casual, the problem is I have seen a lot of hockey over the years. Just watching it on a screen, I can see it from here. I can see it from space. So you're telling me that the coaches, whose job it is to watch this film and look at it, and go, oh, these guys are sloppy. Put a little pressure on them. See what happens. And
I'm a new fan and I see it.
You're going to key in. You're going to key in on those guys. Jason Robertson is a supremely talented young man. But they're going to directly look at you. They're going to say, okay, young man, how do you like some physicality? How do you like a little bit of your space getting cramped? Guess what? All those things you were doing in the regular season, they're not available to you. What else you got?
Well, I've noticed in the playoffs, for the most part, the shots he's taking are from out at the face-off circle instead of being down in the dirty area near the goal.
Right now, he doesn't want to be there.
He doesn't want to be there. He got a lot of his goals during the regular season down near the goal.
In the playoffs, he doesn't want any of that smoke. Not right now. He right now he's tasted it a little bit and he doesn't like it. He's gonna have to learn. It's gonna have to be an adjustment. That's okay, but that's where the funny enough, who are the guys who are having success? The Joe Pavelskis and the guys who have a little bit of experience, who have been there and done that. Well, guess what? They're finding
Rupe
room.
he's
Yeah.
showing his talent.
They're finding room. They're getting goals. So it is possible. It is 100%. But it's the guys who's like, look, you're going to take a shot. So if you are willing to take the shot, there is a spot there for you. Go get that puck, put it on net. Good things happen all the time. But you got to be willing to do it.
Well, if you don't put it on the net,
somebody that I do like watching is and I don't think Wes has been in here, but he really likes him. That's Wyatt Johnston. That young dude is scrappy. You can see he's got a little feist to him, and I actually like watching him.
For sure. All right, let me get this question here. So Carlisle says, question for Bobby: why didn't Jim Craig succeed in the NHL?
Is that for me?
That is literally a question for Bobby. Yes.
Oh. Jim Craig. Well, I think that team was a little bit overhyped, I guess. And I don't think he was the person. You know, not everybody's suited for the NHL. Not everybody comes out of junior, glory and goes on to NHL glory. A lot don't. Very few do. So I think he's just another case that he got just a cog in the wheel of the NHL, and he just never really went anywhere. But he sold all his stuff too.
There you go.
See that?
Fair enough. Stars and Cardboard says the Edmonton McDrysdales. Love it. Oh, if only it was a Tesla. That would really sell it. It's either Lambo or Tesla. I think those are the keys. Here in the garage, knowledge. CC says, the sad part is the Leafs core has been here for the last 3 or 4 years. Nothing new, but for some reason the GM is convinced it'll work despite history. That's a wonderful Leaf trait. Next year, it'll fix everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see what happens with the Leafs next year. Maybe they will get a couple defensemen who are over 5'9" or something. I don't know. We'll see.
They'll end up having Torrey Krug, former one who plays in the St. Louis and used to be a Bruin. We loved him here. We'd love to have him come back, but he wanted too much money. But he's a tiny little thing. But man, I loved him here. So yeah, you'll probably get him.
It seems to be a recurring theme over there, Eric. Like, for God's sake, just pay Chara's picture fee and you'll have him. Fine. Be done with it.
There's a lot to be said for a guy who's 6 foot, over 6'5", 6'7", 8 on skates, and the reach he has and the length of his stick, it makes a big difference. I see the Leafs back up and they always let the players in there. I'm just going, stand at the fucking line and stop these guys. You got 3 guys back and 2 are coming in and you let them make a play. It's like, fuck. You can't even do that the other end of the fucking ice. Sorry, I'm still reeling over those.
That's all right.
I just see the way the game plays, and it's just sad. And I think having a couple big defensemen would help clear a few guys out and maybe stop guys at the line. Because I think when they're coming over the blue line, they're just making plays, and they just back right up to the net. And it's just like, here, come on in. If you can watch the game and say it probably 80 times, that's how bad it is. It was a horrible game to watch. It was fun watching the Panthers pass. Other than that, the Leafs were just dump and chase. They've been dump and chasing for 25 years, 50 years. I don't know. It's just not working for them, obviously. So, anyways, I might have to change teams. If Vegas wins, I'm keeping the hat and I'm going.
Are you going full Vegas?
Yeah.
Well, listen,
they have nice collectibles, too. They put out some nice collectibles. They're the only team that does.
Listen, I'm not going to lie, Bobby. If I ever won the lottery, I'd buy a vacation home in Vegas. I'd buy a nice spot with a nice view of the Strip. You get the nice big window where you can view the Strip. Listen, could you imagine for a moment, if you will, I win the lottery, I get my vacation spot, and it's like in the background you got a nice view of the Strip. Oh man, that'd be nice, real nice.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty good. And for the evening, for the Friday show, imagine the Friday show, and then you're on the West Coast, and then the Friday show starts at 5 p.m. For me, amazing.
And season tickets can't be that expensive.
Oh no, it'd be great. And where the arena is, whoo,
Perfect.
love it.
Do they have slot machines in their arenas?
I wouldn't see any reason why not. Why wouldn't you? It's legal everywhere else. Why wouldn't you?
Gamble on. You can gamble on the game from your seat, probably.
I was gonna say, yeah, you could do it from your because the online gambling is legal in the state, so you could literally be sitting there playing, playing Texas Hold'em from your seat while watching the hockey game and make it a sports wager.
Yep.
All right, Bobby, this is critically important. This is huge. This is Hockey Canada's entire life rests on this. Bobby, how have you pivoted your sports card investing since 2020? Your hashtag investing. You've moved away from your Leafs. You've let go of all your Austin Matthews. It's done. It's over.
Yep.
You moved on. I feel like it's knickknacks. I feel like it's knickknacks in the future.
Yeah, well, like Eric was saying earlier, I don't buy to invest. I buy to collect.
Mm-hmm.
But I buy to resell too, and I buy to document. So there's a lot of other things tied into it. So it's not just that. But no, I do not buy to invest. Ever.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever have. Ever.
Yep. Hockey Canada says Sports Show Radio taking too far by bringing Geoff's wife into it again. That's literally what they do.
What
Shocking,
happened?
but that's literally what they do. Bobbles, you have a very similar chair to Lus. You have a gamer chair. So you and Lus both have a gamer chairs.
Many folks have it.
Yeah, it's pretty
Except
standard.
I don't. Is that the dude that has like
There wants to be sued.
multiple channels?
He's the one who wants to be sued.
Yeah. So he's the one that has the chair that I if it wasn't so much to ship this thing, I would trade him because I like his. His is green.
There you go. But here's the thing. I like, in all seriousness, obviously Bobby's in the garage, knowledge. But a lot of times, like, and this was a big thing during the pandemic. The gamer chair during the pandemic, with a lot of people working from home, became very popular because it's actually a very smart move. This was from Costco. It wasn't like as fancy as like Bobbles or Lus's chair, but this is technically considered a gamer chair. I have like a Green Bay Packers like thing on here that just sits here, but otherwise it's a no-name brand, whatever. But this is a gamer chair. It's got the adjustable this. It's got the little lumbar support. It's comfy when you're sitting in the chair for extended periods of time in front of a computer, kind of like this. That's what this is designed for. It lets me lean back a little bit and keeps my back supported. It's a smart move. Go ahead.
To be completely honest, I can't stand this chair. The only
Dang, Bobbles. Dang.
I can't. I don't think it's comfortable at all.
Yeah, most gamer chairs are creaky and they're horrible built. They're awful.
Oh, you gotta get the Costco version, Bobbles. I'll be honest. I'm doing like 4 and 5 hour live streams with ease. I like
the. I actually bought the wife one because she's she works on the computer all day and everything. But the mesh ones, the ones that have the real nice lumbar mesh,
those can be good too. Yeah, those can be good.
Only reason I use this is because my son bought it for me for a birthday or Father's Day gift.
Now he's gonna be pissed.
No, he knows I don't care for it. I've had it for a couple years now, so I've put the work into it. But they're not as comfortable as
they look nice. They look fancy.
Yeah, they look like the race car.
Yeah,
seats is what they look like, and it's just the back is too straight on it. I just.
Bobbles, that might be bad posture on your part. The issue, I gotta be honest, Bobby. Jokes aside, I have never been more comfortable. Like I spend a lot of hours in front of the computer. I do, and I gotta be honest, my posture's shit. But like in fairness, like I can lean back on this chair, and honestly, this is very. I just put my hand right here, support, and I can just do my thing for hours at a time. It's very easy, and I type on the keyboard, write profane things at Eric. Like, easy. No problem.
Do you have the back pad, though?
I have a lumbar support thing. Yeah.
Instead of talking about chairs, I give an update.
Go ahead.
Vegas just scored 2 goals in 30 seconds and is now winning 3-2.
Wow.
Over Edmonton.
It's amazing.
That would put them up 3-2 in the series if they win. If they hold on to win.
And like I said, Edmonton's goalie, dog shit.
So they were bad goals as well. So they were bad goals as well, I assume.
I can't focus on both as good as well as I'd like, but 2 goals in 30 seconds doesn't sound like a Hall of Fame goaltender to me. But
But I think Bobble's point is fair. What I would say is this. Here would be my thought. Like we joked about Hockey 99's questions about invest. Like, look, here's the thing. If you are a person who works from home, whatever it is, figure out whatever combination of chair works for you. I don't care what it is. I don't care what brand. I don't care what style. I don't care what it is. Figure out what it is. It is worth its weight in gold because your back will feel like garbage if you don't figure out what the good combination is for you. This one, I literally got it at Costco. My parents said, "Hey, could you try this?" I tried it. I go, "That seems all right." I've had it now for a while. It's good. It's good, man. I was like, all right. I don't even know what brand this is. Like, it's literally was at Costco. Like, I don't know what brand it is. No idea.
I think you probably lucked out on that because most of those fancy looking chairs, I can hear them. I can hear other people and they're creaking all the time. And it's like
this one's been really solid. I've been
really
very
bad.
impressed. And I've had this one for a little bit now. So it's like I adjusted the arms to exactly where I want them. I can do my thing. My posture is a little bit slouching anyway, so this still gives me enough support. I'm like, dude, it's worth its weight in gold. It saves your life because then I can get up and I can walk and I don't feel bad. So it's like, that's all I asked for. That's all I wanted.
what
So
were you
to
saying
me,
about
that's a good
yours,
chair.
Bobble?
You were mentioning the creaking. Yeah, this one, it's noisy as hell.
Wow. All right.
Especially when I'm doing the previews and the reveals because I'm like turning over here and then I have to go over. Yeah, I even say I apologize if y'all are hearing my chair creak because it constantly does it.
Yeah.
See, Bobby, that's a sponsorship that somebody in Sportscast should get. If they do a lot of live streams and stuff, like a good proper chair, worth its weight in gold, my mans. Worth its weight in gold. You never know about Bobby's background. Eric's in a new location today. Eric, tear down that wall. Come on. I've never bought cards to invest successfully. Facts. Do it, Eric. Do it. Now's the time. There you go. There you go. We're getting there.
that's it.
Oh,
Look, kick it. Kick it.
uneventful.
Stop being lame. Kick it. Kick it down.
I'll get in trouble.
Well, then move it. Get on with it. Stop being a wuss. Come on.
Trouble.
I didn't think people at your age get in trouble.
He's Eric.
Oh, he's always in trouble.
Let's go. Hold on.
Hold on.
I live with my mother, my wife, and my 18-year-old daughter. I am in trouble every second of the day.
Oh. Why do you spend so much time online?
Yeah.
But the important thing is what kind of chair you're using.
Yes.
And is it a comfy chair?
I just whatever this chair is that my
This
wife
is-
bought.
here it
Bobby,
is.
I think what we're getting right now is that it seems like the non-name brand chairs are winning right now. It's like whatever the non-name brand is, like this is a Costco special, whatever it is, I have no idea. I assembled it. I'm the one who did it. So like it's fine.
This one came from no, this one came from Staples.
He almost said Target, but he meant to say Target.
Target.
This is the Staples.
Wow.
Staples. Sometimes you just luck out with the right one, and it's really hard to call because you can look at it, and it's all about looks, right? Because you're going to look at it before you buy it. It's like a car, I thought this was a Lambo, but it was actually a Honda Civic. But anyways,
Update.
oh,
Vegas is now winning 4-2.
Wow. Starting
That's
to build
a hell
some
of a swing of
separation.
events.
Man. Starting to build some separation.
poor
So
Edmonton.
Bobbles, does this mean McDavid future? Sell Mortimer, sell.
Please.
I don't have any big McDavids. I have a couple that I bought that I like. But to Carlisle's point, WD-40 isn't going to do anything because it's not squeaking. It's creaking.
Yeah.
WD-40 isn't going to do shit.
Now,
It's
just to be
I
clear,
move
it's the
this
chair
side
that's
and it
creaking,
creaks. I
not
move
your
this
old
side and it
bones.
creaks.
Bobbles, just to be clear, it's the chair and not your old bones, right?
Oh, it's 100% the chair.
All right.
That's
I'm just
cracking. That's
Look,
not creaking. That's cracking on
Bobbles,
the
I'm
bones.
saying at certain age points, it's important to ask this question. We've got to ask just to be
Nope.
clear, just to be on the safe side. We don't want to blame the chair when the chair doesn't deserve the blame.
No,
Yeah.
the chair creaks, my bones crack.
All right, fair enough. All right, I'll give you that. Seems reasonable.
I actually bought one that's pretty good from IKEA.
Yeah.
I had
Is
a really
it adjustable
nice one.
or is it just a chair?
It's adjustable. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's it's a desk chair for sure. But the previous one I had was a really nice mesh one, and it didn't creak either. But the other ones before that, 6 months in, it's like every time you go,
Yeah.
it just bugs the hell out of you, right?
Yeah. I'll be
You're
honest.
trying
The
to
only
tell
thing
You
I
try
was
to
looking
tell it to
forward.
shut up, and it won't. So what do you do?
The only thing I was looking
Deal
forward
with it.
Oh, it's a woman's chair.
Yes.
That's why Eric is in trouble all the time. Just
It
so
is
you
the-
know, just to be clear.
That is the perfect example of why I am in trouble all the time. Yes,
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at.
I appreciate he put the Leafs hat back on.
That's right.
Mhm.
The only thing I was looking for when I got the chair is that I wanted the back to be high enough. I hated when the back of the chair stopped like here, and when I'd lean back, my neck would go over the back of the chair. It actually got very uncomfortable because sometimes I'd be in a meeting and I'd be listening to something, and I'd be like, oh God, and we're not on camera, so we're just listening, and I'd be like, oh, and I'd be leaning back, but the problem is then your neck is cranked back over the top of the chair. In this case, the chair is high enough that I can actually put my head on it. It's fine.
But
I know what you mean.
Real quick,
Hours
fellas,
of meetings,
go
Bob.
ahead and-
Hours of meetings. Sometimes you're hours of meetings where you don't have anything you need to add, but you have to be there. You have to listen. And I'm like,
Mhm.
go on, keep talking.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, go ahead,
I'm
Bob.
gonna call it a night and go check on her. She was working on the SGC order that's going out Monday, so see how she's doing and probably head to bed. As you know, I stayed up pretty late last night, past an old man's bedtime. It was like what 1:30 or some shit. I realized, and I was
Yeah.
still up. And
You guys were
then I
on
was
that
back
long?
up at 6 this morning. So yeah, I probably should try to get some sleep tonight. But
Old man, come on, dude.
So, Bobbles, before you go, I like I've told you, I've never sent cards in to get graded. I think it might be fun if on a Monday night or so, if you wanted to do a show, you can like walk me through it, the whole thing, how to, kind of step by step, how to do, how to get cards ready, how to pick them, how to send them to you, and I can send in a few, and maybe you can have my first cards graded.
we can work on that, and I can definitely help you.
And
I
you
have
have to do it
helped
live.
many people who have never graded cards before. So
We will hold your hand, Eric.
Yeah, and you should also tell Eric how to collect and what hockey is.
it won't hurt. It's a little scary, but after your first time, it gets easier. It gets exciting.
Now, what temperature should the water be, and what type of sponge?
Bobby, we can make it hurt. There's
Oh,
still a way. There's still a way.
It's just turning here. I'm just sitting
I'm
here.
like, we got until fall to plan this shit out. Oh my God!
Soap
It's almost
in the water.
Bobby. We could angle the whole.
No,
we could
no
angle the
soap.
We
No
could angle
soap.
the
Just
app
boil
into
it.
this. We could angle the website into this.
Yeah.
We could do psychological and physical pain.
Could be both. Yes.
I'll tell you
Oh,
what
this is
scissors
great.
you need. All of that. We'll go
Okay.
through it all.
You want us to stab him too, Bobbles?
Oh no!
You
I'm gonna teach
masochist.
him how to get the good grades.
Yikes!
Just
I know,
joking.
I saw a video last week.
Clip that one. Clip it. Clip it.
Timestamp.
Just
SGC bulk submitter reveals secrets.
Yes.
Yeah,
CC
no,
Evan
go look
Mathis?
at my cards. Yeah, secret's all right.
Huh.
Uh-huh. Tricks
The
of
problem is
trade.
with some of those cards, you went too far. You went too far.
First we see a
Yeah,
trimming
Too
video.
far
Now
as
we're
if
gonna see.
no borders exist.
Mm. All right. Bobbles, have yourself a good night. Thanks for joining as always. Appreciate you.
Good
Later,
night,
buddy.
guys. A lot of fun.
Yeah. Go down.
Hey.
I honestly think, just to kind of get back to
Go ahead.
the hockeys, I think you're going to see Dallas and Carolina in the final, with Carolina winning. I think Dallas has the strongest goalie in Ottinger, and I think that's what you need. So that's my prediction. It's going to be a Dallas Carolina final with Carolina winning.
Despite Eric's prediction, I'm still hoping Andre does well. So Hockey Hockey 99 says, Carlos, I saw that Vita Blue passed away. I think I heard about that the other day. Do you have any Vita Blue cards? A couple of them. I have most of a 70 top set, mostly from sets. 70 top set, I have most of one. I have 71 Vita Blue. I was doing a partial set at one point on that. I have 74, 75, 76, 77. And I think he plays through 78. Does he play in 79? If he plays in 79 tops, yeah, I've got that one too. I have those complete sets. That's the reason why I can say I have them for sure.
Was he?
And I have 80 tops. Yeah, he was a pitcher for the A's during some of their heyday, and then the Giants later on, and some other teams. So yeah, through 1980 tops, I definitely have most of the ones for Vita Blue. I don't have 72, 73. I don't have 72, 73. I have all the other ones from the 70s for Vita Blue.
They said he passed away. I can't read that.
Yeah, passed away. That's right. Yep.
Well, if anything, an autograph might go up, but cards don't go up.
Oh, for sure. No, the question was just, do you have any cards? And the answer is yes. I have several of them from the 70s, except for 72 and 73.
Mm-hmm.
I got a great chair from IKEA. Makes no noise whatsoever. I'm also afraid to assemble it at this point. Look at you. Look at what you did. Look what you did. I see you. Nicely done, Carla. I'm shocked at the cost of Fred McGriff 90s cards. Well, it went up after he got elected to the Hall of Fame. That helps a lot. McGriff was cheap as dirt, until suddenly he's a Hall of Famer. Well, I would argue he is. I thought he was one of the better sluggers in the 90s. Like, he actually was very good. And he was never linked to any steroids. He was just very consistent, very solid. If he had been able to
and he was tough on crime.
Yes, without a doubt. But the thing is, he finished at 493 home runs. If he'd been able to get the 7 more home runs, he would have gone to the 500 milestone, and psychologically, it would have been easier. It would have happened sooner.
Yeah.
He was a really good player for a very long time, very consistent and very solid. One of the better home run hitters of his era. Vita Blue's last cards were in 87. No cards in 84 and 85 though. So I probably have the 87 card as well. Yes, absolutely. So I'm just thinking of the 70s ones, but I definitely have the 87 and the 80 tops and a couple of other ones as well. Fred McGriff was the most consistent player at that time, and Chipper Jones. Fair enough. Yeah, so we'll have to see. I think it'll be fun. So yeah, I'll reach out to you, Bobby, this weekend. We'll see. If you're able to come down on Sunday, that's great. That's my plan. So I booked the hotel just so that I'm there, so I'll be in the area. The only thing I got to figure out tomorrow is just all right, I can get there a couple of different ways. What's the smartest way to do this in the way that makes sense for me? Because from where I'm at, it's a little out of my way, so I have to kind of figure that one out.
Yeah, you're going to go to Union Station, are you?
It's probably the easiest path is for me to go to Union Station first and then kind of go from there.
Yeah, to go all the way up to there, you're looking at...
It's about half an hour. With assuming moderate traffic. Traffic is going to be the thing.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking Uber or?
I'm probably just going to have a taxi from there.
Yeah, Uber's cheaper. It'll be a Sunday. It shouldn't be bad.
All right, I'll look into it then. I'll see, but probably some kind of driving. Some kind of that'll be the option from Union.
Some kind of driving.
Yeah.
It's a long walk otherwise. Yeah.
Well, no. The thing is that they've got trains that you could take if you wanted to. You could do that, but I just don't think it makes any sense, especially on the weekend.
No, once it passes 4, it's too far.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You'd have to change over to Markham Transit.
Yeah, you'd have to do a couple different ones, a couple transfers. If I was doing something more local here, I've done trips where you have to do a couple transfers. It's not that bad. But when you're going over to another city, switching over to their transit, and it's a pain. It's not worth it.
No, I hear you.
Yeah. Carlos, what are your thoughts on hobby podcasts? I've seen other channels complain that they're podcasts only. I don't see how podcasts are bad. Can listen while driving while using data. Why would you complain that podcasts only? It's a different format. It's just a different content format.
Okay.
Podcasts. My thoughts on hobby podcasters are good. They offer an alternative way for people to listen to it. Not every piece, look, we do, let me give you an example. These live streams are mostly just hanging out, chatting about whatever. We will show stuff on the screen from time to time. Obviously, the visual aids can be helpful for some stuff. No doubt. But 98% of the stuff that goes on here is audio, it's conversational, it's whatever. I used to put that on Anchor, actually. Now Anchor was purchased by Spotify. And what happened was now it's Spotify for podcasters, which is the old Anchor. But what happens is you can use that for free. So you can actually upload a video file or an audio file, and you can take the YouTube one and you can convert it into a thing for podcasts, and it'll go on the podcast things on Spotify and some of these other networks, and you'll be able to hear it from there, which I think is great. It's good for long form content. Some people love that because then they can download it on their podcast app and listen to it when they're driving, when they're doing stuff. You know, they're mowing the lawn, they're doing some chore or whatever around the house. They can put on some headphones and boom, you're listening to it. It's so much easier. But if you're not showing anything in particular, and Eric, you can attest to this, there's a lot of different types of content that the audio is fine. And, all right, as long as I understand what you guys are saying, you're having a conversation back and forth, debating the topic or giving information or whatever, and you're washing dishes, you're washing the car, you're doing whatever.
Dropping pictures.
No doubt. Yeah. But all of these things, any mundane task. Look, I'll give you another example. Sometimes when I'm doing the eBay thing and I'm selling and sold some stuff, and I'm just making envelopes. I'm printing out the thing, grabbing the stuff, putting it in the holders, and then getting it taped up and getting everything done, however many envelopes I'm doing, and I'm about to ship it out. Well, during that whole process, I got the headphones on and I'm just listening to podcasts. So to me, that's great. It's a great way of absorbing the content. Not everything works for it, but I like it. I'm a fan.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder to find good content now.
Well, that's the John Mangini argument from the other day, and I understand what he's saying. The only thing I would push back on it, the only argument I would make for him, is that he's looking for a certain kind of content, which is fine. That's okay. But some of those folks have stopped making content because they don't want to, or they're not motivated to, or they don't feel like it anymore, which is fine. That's perfectly valid. That's perfect. He's looking for the informational content, certain kind of thing, which I get. I get that. But his complaint was, oh, well, you know, some of this stuff is too basic, too whatever. It's like, well, then don't listen to it. It's not for you. But it's for an audience that is listening to that, because guess what? That basic, really generic, low-end content, go look at how many views it gets.
Mm-hmm. If he's looking for just bad,
Clubhouse?
We're always available.
Well, mostly you. You kind of suck. The rest of it's really good, but you kind of suck.
Yeah, this is the longest running podcast. I mean,
it's the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
Still don't know.
And we talk about nothing and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Basically.
Pretty much.
Well, we're just hanging out. You guys, and anybody's just listening in.
Yeah. I get all the time. Look, no joke, like being serious for a second. I get all the time. Oh man, I love that the podcast is like, yeah, I just run in the background while I'm doing X. I'm sorting cars. I'm doing this. Perfect. I took a long road trip. I'm taking a long road trip. Like literally, I get the road trip one all the time. Oh, I'm taking a long road trip. And while I'm on the road trip, yeah, I just put it on. I'm just listening, whatever, you know. And I'm like, yep, great. Makes sense.
I'm on the night shift.
All the time.
Why not? For the person who's listening right now doing that, I like to apologize.
You should apologize for everything you do, frankly.
And I would encourage you greatly to find something else to listen to.
Eric, you have nothing else to listen to, and you're on it.
Yeah, that's true.
I disagree. I want to counter what Eric said and said, appreciate and embrace the empty vapidness of your life. Appreciate that you are a person who listens to card content and embrace that into your soul. Don't fight it. Just embrace it. And hit the like button.
And hit the like button. And subscribe. And
subscribe, hit the like button. Do all the things. All the
notifications, forward.
And
all the things.
And to send the money.
Oh, could you? That'd be amazing.
Send the money.
We love money. Money's great.
Yeah.
Money's good.
Yeah, big fan. Big fan. All right, real quick, I'll read a couple of these. Ziggy No doesn't complain. It's a podcast only, not on YouTube. Congratulations, both of them. Don't care.
Nope.
If I'm working, I'm listening to YouTube without watching. It's not necessarily a video. Yes. Yeah, go listen to the Florida Panthers victory post-game show. Yes.
See, there's that guy again. I don't know who this dude is, but we got to ban him.
It's pretty bad.
It's just
Look, I had to ban 2 people today. We mentioned it, and I actually had to ban 2 people.
I
One
think
for spamming, and the other one for being a bot. And like, man,
I think we got to go for 3 because this guy just he's just a troublemaker.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So let me kind of pose one more question, kind of here. We'll finalize on this. I mentioned already that I'm kind of unfortunately going to look like it looks like it's probably the Chicago thing isn't going to happen. I know Bobbles is going to do Chicago; they're going to be there. It just doesn't look like it's going to fit in the plans now at this point. I'm leaving the reservation still because I can cancel it still. I've still got some room to cancel a little bit, but unless something crazy happens, I don't expect it to be the case. Bobby, any kind of plans? Obviously, you're working. You're working on the site. You're working on the things that you're working on.
Yeah.
But anything else you got planned upcoming here, as far as either attending any shows or anything like actually planned ahead of time?
No. I think, like I said, the national I'll go to is in Ohio, and I'll drive down next year. Otherwise, there's not really many shows other than the expo.
Mhm.
The smaller shows really don't. You know, I was listening to the guys on PSA, and they were saying, "Yeah, Edmonton was good," and you know, you need the selection to really go. There's the social aspect, which is great any which way, but there has to be something else on the other end of the collecting or whatever part, and seems like it's harder and harder to find. It seems like most people bring a lot of the stuff that they couldn't sell on eBay, Facebook, HiBid, wherever you want to, pick your poison there, and that's just where I'm standing. Just the expo is good enough for me. Like I said, I'm going to be running hard. I got a lot of things to organize for the show. We're going to do a nice backdrop. We're going to we'll have a TV there. So we got a lot of prep work to do. Getting ready for, having the app at the show, because we'll be in the corporate area, and we want it to look nice. So there's a lot more planning going into that. And he just sent me all the prices. So everything I have to reprice now. There's the stable prices that I had, but I had to go back and update them because we had the up and the down now. So that's been the project for the next 2 months, and then I'll get back into adding more new pictures and stuff like that. So
Yeah. Now, how much time do you spend like coming up with the proper algorithm to block Eric from actually being able to access anything? So
it took 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure we got that as part of the checklist of things to do. Check it off and
That
take
was
care
easy.
of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was pretty
I'm
simple.
tired. I'm tired of this gag. We need to do something else. We know that Bobby does not have any type of super app, and it's all just to get under my skin. And
Literally, everybody's been using it for the longest time.
there's no such super app, and I'm done.
Chime in if you've used it.
I was just gonna say,
Watch
Bob Jackson, 540 flips, Hockey 99, Rando Guy Band. Oh my God, so
Everybody.
many people. Jesus.
There is no
Jeff
such-
Wilson, Sports Card Investor, Teapot.
No, I'm all done. I'm all done.
Everybody.
I'm not falling for this gag anymore. I'm not falling. for
Everybody
this
on
gag.
Blowout.
I'm not getting upset anymore. It doesn't exist. Okay. Haha. Funny. I was the butt of the joke. Okay. You got me. All right. I'm done.
Name.
Yeah.
Oh, name's a big tester of the app. Huge.
Now you're really trying to press my buttons with him.
Huge.
But it is coming along very well, I have to say.
Well, Bobby, I think what you should do when the time comes, when you get closer to it, I think we should take it on the road, do a big road show. I'll reach out to your people, reach out to my people. We'll talk, and then we'll do a big extravaganza in PBD. We'll roll through PBD. We'll just gonna cycle through, and I think that'll be very exciting. I think that'll be a great part of the road show. I think everyone will enjoy it, and it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we'll get Ken Golden as a guest.
Ooh, man, yeah. By that point, it'll be in season 2, maybe season 3. But fantastic. Oh yeah, I'll be recording that.
Oh, speaking of Netflix, have you watched the Squid Game yet?
I have started watching. So
Oh, you have?
I have. I did say I was going to watch. Look, if I was going to turn the damn thing on, I did say I would start watching. So literally just started. So I will report back some findings once I get a chance to watch a little bit more. So I will sit back and watch it. I got caught up. I watched The Golden Show. I got caught up on Manifest because I actually like that show. I actually thought when they went to Netflix, I was like, oh, okay, you're putting last season Netflix. Okay, fine, whatever. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll watch that. They kind of broke up the last season into 2 parts. I'm like, oh, that's a dick move. Just get on with it. Just put the last season on there. Like, come on.
Oh, I hate when they do that.
Yeah, they put like 10 episodes on. I was like, just put the last part. Like, get
the
on with
Hunger Games and a few
come
other
on.
ones that did that.
For God's sake, just move on. Just get on with it. Anyway. All right. Okay, it says. So this will be kind of the last question last up. By the way, any last questions or thoughts? Just throw them in the chat there and we'll finish up on that. Bobby, you're going to be able to you're going to do the YouTube interview circuit to promote the new website. With all the quietness on YouTube, is there still a circuit? Like, what's left? What are the interviews? What are the big interview shows? There's the Slab Sharks auction review. There's that one. There's the PWCC auction review. There's that one. That's a good one. That's it. That's all I can think about for the interview circuit. That's about all I got.
Yep. Well, there's the circuit, and then there's the odd one here and there. Like they had Justin, Sports Car Dad. He, me, and that other historian were on his show, and that was kind of a random one.
Yeah. And
there was also one that I was also on. Brian McCullohan, that guy. He had me on his show too. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of it's a small little circuit, but it's nice to see when people do that. And Victor actually had me on as well too. Mm-hmm. So and I like Victor does pretty good job of interviewing people, for the stuff he does. So you have some really good small guys that don't do it on a regular basis, but when they do it, it's kind of nice. I've seen some pretty decent ones, and I think they do them when it really matters too, opposed to just here's another guy kind of thing. So
are you saying it hurts the quality if like your brand is auction watch parties and lame interviews?
Yeah,
it's kind of low. It's kind of low rent content, isn't it?
It is. Sometimes you got to slum it.
Yeah,
it's just the way life works. Like the Leafs.
Yeah, Eric agrees. Like it hurts him to hear such truths. To hear such truths, it's just terrible.
You can say something without saying anything. You know that.
Oh, and he's saying something without saying it.
No, Cardinal says everything. I just kind of ride in the game, but I never ride directly on the ride.
Eric, any thoughts?
Please.
We could probably get a sponsorship from Advil. That'd be pretty good. We could probably get that. Yeah, it'd be amazing.
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe like we're not that picky. We can make it happen. I think those are pretty good options. I like the possibilities that brings.
Bare aspirin, 81 milligrams. There you go. Half dose.
All right. Quick question. What's the status of the game now?
Intermission.
All right. So where are we at? So right now it's still 42?
Second period.
I'll double check.
Intermission.
Yeah, I'll double check. I assume it's still 42. Let me double check real quick. 42. All right, so we're 42 through 2 periods. So we'll see. We'll see if Edmonton can hang in or if Vegas takes a lead with the possibility of an elimination game in Game 6.
The game's going to end up being like 7-3.
At the rate they're going, maybe. The rate they're going could be.
Yeah.
Anyway, folks, so thank you all for hanging out as always. A great Friday evening into Saturday morning as always. As I said, I'll probably do a little bit of CSC. Don't expect like too much craziness, but I'll try to guide a little bit of content if I can. I may have to peel Brad from the floor. He's being very ambitious. He's being very ambitious with his travel schedule. Like, good luck to him. I have a relatively easy travel schedule. Like, look, I'm just gonna figure it out. I'll find a combination that works for me, and I'll get there when I get there. I'm in no hurry. And then Sunday we'll do a little bit, and if everything goes well, then Sunday will be the day that I'll get a chance to do a little bit. I'm going to run some errands tomorrow, and then I'll head over and see if I can check out some of the show. Apparently they're doing a trade night on Saturday, so I might hop in for a couple of minutes and at least look around, see what's going on. So if the timing works,
that whole show is like a trade night.
Well, the thing is, they've got an official trade night. Right after the Saturday, they've got an official trade night there, also on the premises. So I'm like,
perfect.
Yeah, all right, sure, I'll check it out for a couple of minutes. Not a big deal. I'll look around, whatever.
They serve beer at those, so.
Nothing wrong with that, Bobby. Nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing wrong with that at all. Well, unfortunately, when I went to the LCBO, I went to go get my beer when I was going to bring it for today, and unfortunately, when they were loading it, it was all upside down. I was like, "Oh, come on, guys, come on!" They literally put it in the bag upside down. It's like, "Come on,
really?
Come on!" It was literally upside down. I was like,
that just aesthetically bothers me.
It's very disappointing. Very sad.
Yeah.
Oh well. Anyway. Eric, any last sage words of wisdoms? Your second adopted team has failed like your first adopted team. The land of Peabody is very sad. Mighty
You want
Casey
for-
has struck out. A lot of sadness.
3 for 3. Who are you picking?
I hate hockey,
Yeah.
As you should. Like, Osaki sucks. It's
Yeah.
terrible.
and it's stupid.
It really is.
Stupid.
I agree. And I definitely won't clip that and use it against you later. Go on.
That's really all I have to say.
Gotcha.
Good. All
One
right,
of
folks.
those nights.
A pleasure hanging out with you as always. Appreciate you, those who hung out in the chat and had some great comments. We got a lot of good stuff in tonight, so that's been very good. Also, on your way out, if you can hit the like button, that is always appreciated. I will bill Eric accordingly because right now, look, all he's got left in life is paying for the like button. That's it. That's
Gotta
all he
have
got left.
something.
Yeah, give him something. Like give him a purpose in life. This is it.
Mhm.
Purpose in life is that he'll be tearing down the wall for the rest of the week. Next week, normal time, normal channel, all the regular stuff. That'll be fine. We'll be back. But for this week, that's it. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Those of you on the West Coast, you still got some time on Friday. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Those of you on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy the sunshine and a lot of better weather in some of the areas. And we'll catch you in the next one.
Enjoy the show Saturday, guys.